And dear colleagues, dear friends, I address you today, albeit virtually, with both enthusiasm and lots of regret. The former for the opportunity that we have before us with such an important conference on such an important topic. The latter because circumstances prevent me from revisiting Kyiv, a city known for its strength and resilience. You know, sometimes life seems to have different plans for us. Yet my spirit is with you as we inaugurate this critical international conference on media literacy and media self-regulation. In a media ecosystem undergoing rapid digital transformation and a world shaped by conflict and war, the event is more than timely. It is essential. It is indeed my honor to address such a distinguished and important gathering. Therefore, I want to start by thanking the organizers, the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine, our OSCE support program for Ukraine, the Council of Europe office in Ukraine, international media support, the United Nations Development Program in Ukraine, UNESCO in Ukraine, and the delegation of the European Union to Ukraine. Their collective efforts to fortify media literacy and reinforce media self-regulation frameworks, not only within the borders of Ukraine, but echoing far beyond, ensure that media freedom and integrity persists amid the storms of misinformation and the exigencies of war. To the esteemed policymakers, media professionals, and ambassadors present, I want to say your participation recognizes the importance of our task and underlines the vital role you play in fostering a future where truth prevails. Amidst the spectre of a media landscape marked by attempts to undermine trust, media literacy is paramount, with a citizenry that can discern truth from falsehood, reality from manipulation. Such skills are vital for navigating, questioning, and understanding the vast array of information available to us. They serve as fundamental defenses against disinformation, thus protecting democracy, freedom, security, and the critical importance of truth and factual accuracy. The battle for information integrity takes place within the very fabric of our everyday digital exchanges. The objective of this conference, to foster societies that are both resilient and well-informed, mirrors the essence of my role as the OSCE representative on freedom of the media. My mandate includes promoting policy-making processes, fostering cross-sector cooperation, and raising public awareness about media freedom and media freedom literacy throughout the OSCE participating states. In Ukraine, I fully support the media literacy programs of the SPU. In 2021, the OSCE was among the first international organizations to back the innovative Filter Media Literacy Project, initiated by the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy. This project represents a significant step forward in our joint efforts to equip Ukrainian citizens with the critical skills needed to discern and evaluate media content, enhancing their ability to engage with the media landscape effectively. In our efforts, we recognize the paramount role of self-regulation in maintaining a media landscape that champions truth while respecting freedom, a balance that is precarious but vital in times of peace and, of course, in times of conflict. Looking ahead, it is important to remember that our strength comes not only from knowledge, but also from our unity and collective efforts against those that seek to destabilize the very foundations of our societies. The diverse range of stakeholders represented at this conference underscores this shared commitment to a future based on informed and resilient citizens. In closing, I wish you all an enriching experience over the next 2 days of this conference and hope that the discussions, exchange of knowledge and connections formed here will lay a strong foundation for lasting resilience and understanding in the face of disinformation and conflict. Together, we are building a society that is not just focused on survival, but strives on integrity of its information and the unshakable strength of its convictions. Thank you very much.
Доброго ранку, шановні колеги, друзі, партнери, усі ті, хто сьогодні тут, в залі, але і ті, хто небайдужий до теми нашої конференції, нашої зустрічі. І тої проблеми, яка змушує нас об'єднуватись. В самому слові медіаграмотність закладений той рецепт дій, який нам важливий. Грамотність, знання, розуміння і можливість оперувати цими знаннями. Так само, як писемна грамотність сьогодні стандартом сучасної цивілізованої людини має стати і медіаграмотність. Що для цього? Please translate English.
Now we should have. Now the interpreting should be working. So, what is the place where a person gets general literacy? In his or her childhood. So that particular standards should be recognized by the government of different countries, their elites, and introduced into our modern livelihood, together with the writing literacy, together with the primarily skills acquired by every person, should be media literacy. We live in the informational world. We should be aware how we should communicate correctly, how we should use the information usefully, and we need to get those skills. Of course, it's harder to get an older person to acquire this critical thinking, but as for child or children, it's possible. That's why we need to have it on our agenda for forming further future standards for every person in our society. We are facing now with a problem that people are actually lazy in checking, verifying the acquired information, because it requires time. You need to search for this information in other sources to challenge this information. It is much more easy to trust even the first coming resource, and this is critical thinking, would allow to ask yourself, how is this information important for you? Is it from a true, verified resource? Is it aimed at give you a lie? So this is the biggest problem in every society. societies. And here in Ukraine, for more than 2 years, we have been experiencing this war where the Russian Federation fights with us not only on the battlefield but in the informational landscape. Nevertheless, the huge amount of people acquire the information from anonymous or even verified on their source information and have the 100 truth or trust to it. And on the other hand, we have another problem when we are getting the information from the selected particular sources. Naturally, the informational landscape is wide, and we can choose probably on some elements, probably on aesthetic, political features, and therefore we are becoming those participants on sharing on our side those type of pieces of information we are getting from our favorite Telegram channels or other media outlets. In fact, today we are experiencing the attitude of people towards the political type of information as to simple TV show or a kind of an entertainment. But then there is a question, why is it so? Why are we so critic into the information of economic value? Probably because when we intend to buy something, we tend to search for something in different shops, online shops, to find something cheaper. Then the question, why don't we find information that are more reliable, more verified? Person doesn't have that feeling that this information is vital. We are getting this information as a specific cultural entertaining product. We like to listen, to hear the person we like, and we tend to listen to a person we like. So this is the change every person should have, namely political information, war-related information, government-related information, international-related information that are vital for every life of every person should be, because this is not the issue of the international policy or something that does not relate to your particular livelihood or household or your personal faith. So a person should feel that understanding, and that's why we need to select it properly, and nourishing of these skills are that much of importance. That's why the Ministry of Culture and Informational Policy of Ukraine, in implementing the national strategy of media security and while developing the strategy on media literacy, the ministry puts this goal as our priority, namely nurturing understanding that every type of information delivered to any person should be perceived critically and perceived as of critical importance. That's why it requires to check, to verify, to filter. And engagement of citizens to such political decisions of high level should become higher. Therefore, by doing so, every citizen will be engaged into this process, and their society position that is more active in forming vital decisions. We are so glad that the world is becoming more critique, and our partners we have today assist us in that endeavor. And I'm so grateful to OSCE and to all institutions of the European Union, UNESCO. I'm grateful to everyone who cares about the problems of every person, the problems of our society, to the goal we become more literally aware and media aware. So thank you, colleagues, for your active participation in the forming of challenges they're addressing and in our endeavor of becoming more safe, lively processes and peaceful and convenient for every person life circumstances. Thank you.
Доброго ранку всім. Unfortunately, I'm not able to join you physically at this important conference on media literacy and media self-regulation. But these topics you will be debating today are so important for the European Union that I would like to share some reflections and messages. First of all, let me highlight that even more in the context of the Russian full-scale invasion, we at the EU are well aware of the threat represented by the continued attacks of Russian disinformation. This is why already in March 2022, the EU decided to take a bold move and sanction the Kremlin's disinformation and information manipulation outlets and assets. As of today, the broadcasting activities of 16 Russian state-owned and pro-Kremlin disinformation outlets like Sputnik and Russia Today have been suspended in the European Union. On top of that, the most notorious Russian propagandists were added to the list of over 1,900 individuals and entities sanctioned by the European Union. But the Russian disinformation is sprawling. Only a couple weeks ago, Ukrainians currently living in the European Union were the target of a sophisticated campaign claiming that over 800,000 Ukrainian refugees were listed to be deported from the EU member states. Of course, this was a lie. The purpose of these attacks is to sow panic, confusion, and undermine trust in us, Ukrainians, partners, and allies. Russian information manipulation players and propagandists are trying to justify the war and to polarize our societies about energy, culture, identity, gender, by sowing discontent. In tackling disinformation, awareness and media literacy plays a huge role. Having free, independent and professional media that are getting true stories out there supports media literacy and overall contributes to strengthening Ukrainians' democracy and resilience. The EU provides large support to media.
Нажміть, будь ласка, паузу на відео. Вибачте, ми маємо спуститися.
We have to go to the bomb shelter.
Як попередньо зазначила пані Катерина, це є великою проблемою. Як посилити демократичні суспільства у боротьбі з інструментами пропаганди та дезінформації. Різні інституції та процеси були створені для того, щоб посилити наші спроможності. І тут, думаю, найкраще слово «стійкість». Це не тільки про навчання людей, а про розвиток їхньої стійкості та сили, здатності усвідомлювати, які джерела інформації, приймати вільні рішення, розвивати розуміння, проти чого спрямована пропаганда. Також це про поляризацію, про створення протилежних сторін, використовуючи наші емоції, зокрема емоцію страху. Вона тут найбільш очевидна, для того, щоб послабити спроможності демократичних акторів, які приймають рішення. Отже, говоримо також про посилення
It's much broader an issue than just the media issue. It's really about the democratic nature of our societies. And therefore, I'm very happy that the OSCE can be one of the contributors to organizing such events like today. Maybe you know that OSCE consists of 57 participating states, including the Russian Federation or including Belarus. And you can imagine how polarized today the situation is in this organization. But we are standing behind our commitments. We are standing behind the commitments and values which is the OSCE based on. We don't want to see European security based on antagonisms and wars and spheres of influence. And I think we shouldn't let Russia or anybody else to steal it for their own imperialistic interest. So therefore, it's important also to link the issue of media freedom, the issue of ability or media pluralism with the security issues. It's also about security, and the using of the disinformation tools, propaganda tools is a part of the hybrid war, which sometimes it's even more, I would say, impactful than a regular war, because it's about our minds and hearts. They're trying to steal our minds and hearts for their own interests. And they are not only external enemies, they are also internal ones, as we know. And there is a risk that these issues are becoming politicized and becoming a political mainstream. As we see today in Europe or in the world, disinformation and propaganda is a part today of a political discourse. So strengthening the resilience of society is a big role for all of us. And I'm very happy that we have this gathering today. And I'm sure that your discussion will also bring some good ideas and recommendations how to continue to form the media environment here in Ukraine, but not only. Ukraine has very vibrant and pluralistic media environment, very vibrant and pluralistic civil society. And Ukraine has very efficient cooperation between the governmental and non-governmental sector. Maintain this, strengthen this, and you can also show the example to many others. So we are joining the European Union, of course, which will be a big challenge for the whole society, a challenge which I see it's a strategic importance, not only for political parties, but for the whole society. And I'm sure that Ukraine will become member of the EU rather sooner than later. But also in the information area, it's important not only to harmonize the legal framework of Ukraine with the European Union, but to strengthen and create institutions to be able to really have effective whole of the society approach towards propaganda and disinformation. I would like to reassure you that on behalf of the OSCE, as it was also mentioned by Teresa Ribeiro, the representative of the freedom of media, you have our full support. We will continue support your institutions, Ministry of Culture, but also NGOs and media. And I'm happy that despite these blockages and vetoes we see in the OSCE, we were able to find a way how to continue the support here in Ukraine. So thank you very much, and I really wish you a productive discussion on this very topical issue, and I'm sure that you will bring good recommendations for future work in this very important area. Thank you.
I think I can proceed, colleagues. We are in these special conditions, but it shows once again how resilient not only the Ukrainian society is, but we can also adapt to these new conditions, and we can also show resilience to those who try to stop us. So, distinguished co-panelists, partners, and participants, I would like to echo the words of previous speakers on behalf of the Council of Europe office in Ukraine. And I would like to extend our gratitude to all of you for your interest and engagement in the areas of media literacy and media self-regulation. These ideas have brought us together for these 2 days. Our overarching goal is to stress once again the roles of these critical safeguards for the freedom of expression, the human right that guarantees everyone the freedom to hold opinions, receive and impart information and ideas without interference and regardless of frontiers. Dear colleagues, the times we live in are very dynamic. It is an era of digitalization and globalization. The internet and digital technologies have dramatically changed our habits and the way we use and consume information. From the comfort of our home, anywhere in the world, with just a simple smartphone or internet connection, we can find, for example, like-minded people to share our thoughts with or discover that is happening in the most distant part of the globe. At the same time, we have to face these new threats brought by the new technologies. You may remember the famous reel with Tom Cruise performing a magic trick and flashing his famous smile. This might seem like a harmless prank. However, with technologies that can replicate someone's voice or image with astonishing accuracy, one cannot be certain whether a phone call they receive is generally from their spouse or child, or is a telephone fraud. This has particular implications in today's very volatile security situation, and in particular with the full-scale invasion of Russia on Ukraine. Currently, it becomes increasingly challenging to predict, identify, and counter these threats, unless we collaborate closely, trying to devise solutions for a diverse, reliable, and safe information space. This is why, as co-organizers of this event, we are delighted to be joined by our esteemed partners who share the same priorities with the Council of Europe, and most importantly, the same values. It is equally important to stress the significance of exchanges among all stakeholders concerned, discussions on best practices, challenges, and potential solutions with peers in different parts of Ukraine and from the region. I would like to thank all participants who traveled to Kiev for this event and those who joined us online for the dedication and readiness to contribute to discussions, which I sincerely believe will bring about concrete results soon and hopefully pave the way for new partnerships and initiatives. We hope that in the coming years, more partners will join us. On behalf of the Council of Europe in Ukraine, I would like to reiterate.
With Monday.com,
That's the new technologies coming in right now. Sorry, colleagues, for this. And on behalf of the Council of Europe office in Ukraine, I would like to reiterate our support both to the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy and the Ukrainian media community in advancing their national and local efforts. Dear colleagues, our assistance is long-standing and will remain here as long as needed. At the same time, it is grounded in a rich array of standards that our organization has developed for 75 years. The Council of Europe Steering Committee on Media and Information Society is actively engaged in issues related to media literacy and self-regulation. And many of their standards and guidelines are now available in the Ukrainian language, thanks to the work of our media projects. I would also like to mention that the Council of Europe continues to work on media literacy and combating information disorders through interconnected standards, including the upcoming Convention on Artificial Intelligence, standards on hate speech, education, youth work, and many others. Dear colleagues, the Council of Europe supports its member states and other partner countries in bringing these standards to life. In Ukraine, this support is provided in the framework of the Action Plan for Ukraine, Resilience, Recovery, and Reconstruction, the largest in our organization's history for a single country, and so far work covering 30 different projects and programs, including the project Safeguarding Freedom of Expression and Freedom of the Media in Ukraine. Also, this year, the World Forum for Democracy, annually hosted by the Council of Europe in Strasbourg, identified media literacy as one of the topics of 2024 discussion. By May 17th, the forum accepts applications from media literacy and other initiatives from colleagues, partners who are interested to join this important global event. We encourage those interested to apply. You can see more information on our office website. As I conclude, I would like to remind us that in less than 2 weeks, on May the 5th, we will mark the 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe. And today, I am privileged and delighted to have this opportunity to reflect once again the criticality of the values or the 3 pillars of our organization: democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. The Council of Europe was founded on the ashes of post-war with a dream of building a peaceful, united, and strong community. Our joint efforts helped to achieve a significant progress in adhering to these commitments. However, today, as we sit here in the shelter in Kiev, the war again is not just looming threat at our doorstep, but it is here. Today, Europe faces new threats to the very values that it was founded on. Freedom of expression is an important instrument to protect these values, but freedom comes with the responsibility. It is critical that we reiterate our steadfast commitment to these principles and work together, ensuring that the progress which we achieve, including the technological advancements, humanity is served well for the purpose of good, the cause of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Let us remember that, and I wish you a very safe and productive work. Thank you very much.
Ми продовжимо вже від
We will continue the opening part here, but for the first panel, we will go back. Now we are going to give the floor to other speakers, then to Mr. Poturayev, and we will finish the remarks with Ms. Maternova.
Indeed, and yes, indeed, very, very symbolic that we are discussing press freedom, free media in a bomb shelter due to an air alarm, an air raid. And I think, as my fellow panelists have already said, this is exactly what the Russians are trying to attack. They are attacking our freedoms, and that's why this conference is important. That's why it's symbolic. And I'm the ambassador of Denmark, and I'm probably the single person on this panel and in the audience who know the least about what we're going to discuss here, because I'm not a journalist, I'm not a regulator, I'm not a special representative on media freedom. I'm a diplomat, and but I have one thing that makes this very crucial for me, because I'm a news addict. I'm a huge consumer of news being produced by journalists, and I've been here since 2020. So I've been here during the full-scale Russian aggression, and throughout that time, I've been following events in Ukraine. On the battlefield, the reporting of Ukrainian journalists almost hour by hour, if not minute by minute. And this is a good opportunity because I know that many of you are media representatives or journalists. So this is a good opportunity for me to salute the courageous Ukrainian journalists and media persons who have been working tirelessly to document the aggression and the Russian atrocities, because that's absolutely essential, both for the Ukrainian public, but also for the international community to understand, to grasp what is going on here. And you've been doing that throughout that long time. Ukrainian and international journalists have made the names of peaceful Ukrainian communities like Bucha, Irpin, Borodyanka, Izium, and many other locations known to the world by documenting the Russian atrocities. And this will be, I hope, conducive for accountability and justice when that becomes possible. Now, today's conference is about media literacy and self-regulation, and Denmark is supporting the conference through the one of the organizers, International Media Support. That's probably the reason why I'm being invited here, because I'm representing a donor country. But why would Denmark support discussions on media literacy and self-regulation in Ukraine, and why are we supporting free media in Ukraine through the International Media Support? Because as probably most of you know, most of Denmark's support for Ukraine is defense related. I'm sometimes being asked, what are you doing at the embassy? And I'm normally responding, we're doing three things: weapons, weapons, and weapons, because that's by far the biggest component in our support for Ukraine. It's more than 90%. So that's the bulk of what we're doing here. But we also have important civilian programs. Many of you will be familiar with our role in the rebuilding and recovery of the city of Mykolaiv. But we're also supporting programs like this one, supporting free media. And the reason is the following: the battle on the front lines is not the only battle raging. There's also a battle, an information battle going on, and this is what we want to support Ukraine in this information battle. There is, as you all know, a massive Russian disinformation campaign going on 24 hours a day, not least on social media. So strengthening the ability of the Ukrainian public being able to analyze critically the information and media messages is also part of, as we see it, strengthening Ukraine's resilience and its fighting power. And this is why we support today's conference. Now, self-regulation is the second theme of your conference, and this is, of course, a conundrum, because the media are some of the most important, or is the most important watchdog in any democracy. But who are watching the watchdog? Who is keeping an eye on the free media? And this is a question that any democracy is facing, and most countries have media regulation mechanisms in place that are somehow independent from government control, and that can be in the form of ethic code, press or media councils, or complaints commission, or in-house ombudspersons. In my own country, Denmark, regulation is actually, and I wanted to share this with you because it's actually working quite well. Regulation is entrusted to an independent media council, and its head is the head of the media council is appointed by the president of our Supreme Court, and the members are nominated by journalists and editors. So they're all media people, and you can file a complaint with this council, and the council can rule that a publication is not in conformity with sound press ethics. The council can also decide that a mass media shall publish a correction or a reply, including the content and the form and the location of the reply. And the interesting thing is that they don't have very heavy tools in their toolbox. They cannot issue fines. They cannot send people to prison or anything like that. They can simply tell them to issue a correction. And the interesting thing is that this is actually working quite well. The most humiliating thing, and I know that from my my contacts in the Danish press community, the most humiliating thing that can happen to a journalist is to be judged by his peers or her peers in this media council that what has been written was not in conformity with press ethics. So it's a self-regulating mechanism where journalists are actually regulating journalists. And this is actually something that is working quite well. Whether that will work in Ukraine, I have no idea. That's up to Ukrainians to decide. But just to share this idea and what kind of system of regulation Ukraine will choose is, of course, up to Ukrainians to decide. But you don't have a free choice. It needs to be within the conformity, within the boundaries of international standards. It needs to respect press freedom. It needs to respect the freedom of expression. So you don't have a free choice. You have to find a way to do this that will be in the standards set by the OSCE, by the Council of Europe, and not least the European Union. And this is also important to underline that now Ukraine is on the track for EU membership. And this has created a whole new dynamic, I can tell you, having been here for 4 years, in many, many areas. And the good thing is that the Copenhagen criteria, those criteria that were established in our capital way back in history in 1993, they were absolutely crystal clear when it comes to democracy, human rights, and international standards in those areas. There are no loopholes. You have to live up to it. You have to live up to it also when it comes to press freedom. I can assure you this will be a key parameter. So I hope that your conference will be conducive to the development of a system of regulation that ensures that the media operates independently, free from undue influence or interference. I wish you a successful conference, and rest assured that Denmark will be supporting you. There's no Ukraine fatigue in Denmark, not a single sign of tiredness, and you can count on our support, both in the civilian and the military area in the time to come. Once again, thank you for inviting me on this distinguished panel.
Thank you. Dobry ranok. It's truly a pleasure for me to be joining the distinguished guests, excellencies, and all of you in marking an important event, but most importantly, marking a nexus between media literacy and strategic communication. And allow me to start with this interface that is of utmost importance, as mentioned and underlined by many of the previous speakers. It is the basis of public liberties. It is the basis of a rights-based approach, of a rights ecosystem that Ukraine has committed to and is moving forward, both at policy, regulatory, but also moving civil society and the media space into. And this is, in our view at UNDP and the whole United Nations system, an underpinning element of how we're moving closer and forcefully into the recovery space of Ukraine. The media space, civil society, the non-governmental organizations, and the power of information data in terms of access, validity, veracity is critical as we move into the new Ukraine, a Ukraine that is very much solidly rooted in the EU values, principles, but most importantly, in the human rights values and principles. And allow me to leave you with 4 key messages. First and foremost, the importance of policy clarity and political leadership. And this is where we highly commend at UNDP and the whole United Nations system and the international community, I would argue, the move into issuing and promulgating the new media law. That is a law that would regulate, but also ensure the liberties and the public liberties as a whole. And this is important in terms of the nexus between media literacy and strategic communication, where every single actor has rights, but most importantly, obligations. And this goes very much to the concept of self-regulation that is one of the concepts and focus areas of this gathering today. And it is important for me to underline the interface between building an efficient system of strategic communication through regulatory frameworks, but also through governance mechanisms, and also looking at nurturing a robust media literacy society, not only from a stakeholder's perspective, be it the media professionals, but the general public, as mentioned by the previous stakeholders. And this is where we call, and I would like to use this platform to urge and call for the completion and the launch of the National Media Literacy that is being led by His Excellency, the Minister and his team, that is going to be an underpinning element on how media literacy will unfold. The second element is about capacity development. And while we all work, and as mentioned by His Excellency, the Ambassador of Denmark, on strengthening systems that allow public liberties to flourish, it is important for us to talk about the champions of media literacy and media as a whole. And this is where I would like to underscore the importance of media literacy within the public sector, first and foremost. While many of us focus on the communicators, the media expert, but even the social bloggers, it is important for us to underscore the power of public servants and civil servants who are at the front line of service delivery, who are actually carving and projecting the narrative of change of Ukraine. And this is where UNDP has been extremely proud actually to support the Center for Strategic Communication in providing these trainings that we strongly believe have to continue in terms of strengthening the capacity and knowledge within the public sector. Third, and most importantly, a multi-stakeholder approach and engagement. And I would like here to pause and commend once again the united front of the Ukrainian government, the civil society, the media, the international organization in championing media literacy as a key pillar of democratization and democracy in Ukraine and public liberties, and I would even argue advancing transparency and accountability and addressing corruption issues. It is important also to see how civil society organization and the media strengthen their role as watchdogs in this process, and also uphold their duties as they move forward. I will not take too long of your time, but the fourth, and in my view, one of the most important elements of what the government has been focused on and the civil society has been focused on is the whole of society inclusive approach and engagement in media literacy. And this is where it is critical to enhance knowledge of the general public, bolstering the nation's capacity in refining its identity, but also, most importantly, identifying and neutralizing disinformation. Many of you have noted the recent assessment of Detector Media Research that determined and highlighted a drop in media literacy within the general public. This is alarming. And why many of the speakers have highlighted the importance of countering disinformation, while media literacy remains one of the main tools, the drop in the statistics is alarming. I underscore that. And this is where it's important for us to continue supporting, and we are very proud at UNDP to support national projects like the Media Literacy Project Filter, for example, to advance the national media literacy strategy and objectives through the tests. And we all know the barometer that assess actually the level of media literacy. It's important for us to continue using the tools for us to instigate and enhance the knowledge and the capacity of the general public to distill. We all are on social media channels. We have to be aware, and it is critical to be also conscious of misinformation and disinformation. And in closing, I would like to reconfirm UNDP's strong commitment to advancing public liberties, to advancing media literacy, and most importantly, strategic communication in these critical times, because we believe that it is one of the critical areas, and as mentioned by the previous speakers, the war is not only fought on the front line, it is fought in every single sector, and the information platform is one of them. Thank you.
Dobry ranok, and I would like to start to thank the co-panelists who have already set the stage and already entered into very substantial concept of the conference of today. And saying this, let me say that as representative of UNESCO in Ukraine, I'm particularly delighted to attend this conference, to be here, to continue supporting the Ukrainian people, institutions, and also the government in this important endeavor. And let me maybe recall that freedom of expression and pluralistic media, it's really at the very heart of UNESCO mandate since its funding principles in the constitutions, where the organization has been called to promote the freedom of flow of idea in words and image. And it was 45. So indeed, there are new challenges, but the principles is a substantial human rights principle for all of us that need to be respected and promoted worldwide. Indeed, it has been already mentioned by the Minister Karandir, by the Ambassador. It's not only a war on the front line in struggle for surviving of the population, but it's an information campaign. And we all know how critical this is today to continue to promote freedom of expression, ethical principles, regulatory frameworks, and also indeed access to information. So I would like just to, before this meeting, we had a very quick exchange among us, and we just mentioned that according to prominent research done recently, in Ukraine, social media are one of the main followed channels of information, and Telegram in particular. And we don't know why, also in terms of information provided for air alert, among others. So it indeed is, this is also in a way a worrying and critical issue that needed to be looked at, and how to better enforce and to make it regulated, and to ensure that the citizen has access to checked, verified, factual information, and to fight against misinformation and disinformation. Said this, I have to say that we are particularly worried, and the word of my colleagues of NDP, I think that we're already on this line. We are worried for for citizens with low media literacy skills, who are in a way information and disinformation. So strengthening these skills as part of collective, and I would like to stress collective efforts, is very important for democratic principles. And we know that in our approach, leave no one behind is critical. A critical target for our work, and to foster inclusive, sustainable, equitable, democratic societies, and with a human-centered vision based. So let me maybe say very quickly that why UNESCO is here beside this global mandate specifically for Ukraine. And I'm sure that in the panels, in the technical panels, there will be time to go through more in details UNESCO approach and programs. But actually, UNESCO has been supporting since full-scale invasion in February 22, the Ukrainian institutions, citizens, ministry, in supporting the safety of journalists, media liability, and investigative journalists. Let me just give you a few figures. We are been supporting opening of 6 solidarity centers for journalists across the countries, from Zaporizhzhia, Kharkiv, Dnipro, but Kiev, Lviv, Ivano-Frankivsk. We have been supporting journalists through training, 2,000 journalists at today, through specific training, but also through safety, legal advice, psychological support, equipment, and financial grants, in particular for journalists in needs of support to continue their work and to make accessible, especially close to frontline information to communities. And we learn how is vital this, especially when we are speaking now of media literacy, we are speaking about digitalization, but also newspapers are critical, especially when access to internet is not available due to conflict. And we also support media self-regulatory through the Commission for Journalists Ethics of Journalistic Ethics of Ukraine, in particular on training students and young journalists covering the work in line with the ethical and professional journalist standards. So to conclude, I would say that for this year, as target of 2024, thanks to of our donors, and let me thank in particular government of Japan for supporting us. We are committed in strengthening our effort in the field of fostering media and information literacy through very specific actions and a structured program of activities, and this will develop recommendations on internal MIL policies for Ukrainian media, as well as research on how citizens access political information and awareness campaign following the slogan, think critically, click wisely. Said that this, we really believe that this platform is an excellent opportunity to implement all this action in a joint way with international and national, local partners. And we're here to, and very delighted to listen from you, to listen challenges that you are facing, to listen about your needs, and to ensure that our support is responding with your needs, the priority needs, and that we can advance together for the benefit of the programs and the Ukraine. Thank you.
Now we have our next speaker joining, and the sound is poor. Distinguished Can I speak, colleagues? Can you please indicate? The sound is very bad, actually. So I would like to hear from practices of other countries, also now cooperation with the United States and other countries. So we would like to highlight the role of other media and the disinformation on the side of the Russian Federation that is ongoing. And our apologies, we cannot hear you. Can you do something with your sound? I think probably I need to join a little bit later, as I'm now in the Verkhovna Rada hall. Now the sound is slightly better, slightly. So, distinguished colleagues, I would like to emphasize that talking about media literacy is of paramount importance right now, as the problem lies, in my opinion, in constant attacks committed by the Russian Federation. And actually, not only this country attacks us, this country attacks the democratic society, shaking the governmental institution by using of all the possible channels existing media. And sometimes this media can be camouflaged by European media outlets, so they also use social media outlets. So social media problem lies in the fact that anonymous accounts are dominating there and constitute the maximum majority, and no actions are being done to that, and the being anonymous comes without any moderation. For example, moderation is in YouTube, for example, and some media outlets doesn't have this moderation, and sometimes the anonymous channels can distribute Russian propaganda and also attach people to the selling of drugs and even to distribution of child pornography. So, in my opinion, this is an evil that is not pertaining only to Ukraine, but to the whole world. But Ukraine is now suffers the most of it. This relates to everyone. Russia tries to destroy democracy, the public society, destabilize people everywhere it can. In particular, not only through media, it does through influence of the Russian Orthodox Church. So also it does through different institutions. Also, we have different institutions that are more of a destructive network that works for the distribution of Russia's propaganda and destabilization of society. The only that I would like to say on my conclusion and to emphasize, unfortunately, media literacy is not one day task to acquire. Media literacy is the process that will bring its results when all the programs will be operative in several years, even in a decade. So there are different regions and examples that we can take as an example as in the progress, abroad, countries abroad, and communicate with different partners. However, we have our problems here. So media literacy is an important and essential thing. And solutions to address our problems should be discovered right now and implemented right now. So the Verkhovna Rada will be waiting for the results of today's discussions. Thank you for your attention.
sophisticated campaign claiming that over 800,000 Ukrainian refugees were listed to be deported from the EU member states. Of course, this was a lie. The purpose of these attacks is to sow panic, confusion, and undermine trust in us, Ukrainians, partners, and allies. Russian information manipulation players and propagandists are trying to justify the war and to polarize our societies about energy, culture, identity, gender by sowing discontent. In tackling disinformation, awareness and media literacy plays a huge role. Having free, independent, and professional media that are getting true stories out there supports media literacy and overall contributes to strengthening Ukrainians' democracy and resilience. The EU provides large support to media and journalists in Ukraine for exactly that reason. Over the past years, we have supported with more than 15 million euros the development of more than 150 media outlets at different levels. In particular, with Suspilne, Ukraine's public broadcaster, we are supporting its flagship initiatives in the field of media literacy. Let me also highlight a very successful project we launched with 1+1 Media and Smart Angel that involved a wide range of leading Ukrainian media outlets, civil society organizations, together with government ministries and agencies. Over the past 8 months, with the aim to have a better informed Ukrainian society, about 200 episodes of video documentaries, public awareness and education content pieces were produced. And these products reach over 125 million people on various digital platforms. And I invite you to discover these works. Overall, the challenge ahead is so big that we have to act together with a whole of society approach. This is why these 2 days of this conference are even more important. They gather together all the national and international stakeholders to foster even greater collaboration among all actors, including government, media organizations, educational institutions, and the civil society. To conclude, I truly believe that we need to work more on building trust and capacity by state actors, by media, by the civil society, for and with citizens. I wish you that these 2 days you have fruitful exchanges and discussions and help this way our common efforts. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini!
Dear colleagues, just half a minute more and we are going to continue. I will explain how we're going to proceed. Online. Okay, so let's start without Mr. Yaroslav Yurchyshin. We changed a bit this panel discussion. Unfortunately, Mr. Potorayev and Mr. Yurchyshin are both in the parliament. There is a voting going on, so if they get the opportunity, I hope they will join us. Our next session will be about strategic issues, the media literacy, strategy weaknesses, target audiences, and possible joint solutions. I'm very happy to discuss this topic at this level. I saw Oksana Voloshenyuk here. Probably there are other people who have been working in the media literacy area for a long time, since 2010. Back then, this topic was to some extent unclear, both for the society and for the state. The organizations who were pioneers in this topic put a lot of efforts to make this topic relevant, and we all know how the events unfolded after the war that started in 2014 made Ukraine focus on this topic, because the impact of disinformation was becoming stronger every year. We could hear our opening remarks, and I'm really glad that we have many international organizations representatives today, because the attention from the international partners to this topic was minimum back in 2014. But today we can see that the democratic world, the international community, they understand all the challenges in this area, and I'm very grateful for the fact that we have support in this sector. As I already mentioned, we are going to discuss rather strategic topics today. We have several speakers, in particular Mr. Philippe Tremblay, OSCE Director Office of Representative on Freedom of the Media, Taras Shevchenko, Deputy Minister of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine, Igor Khvorostyany, Director General of the Directorate for School meals system, and I hope Alexander Yurchyshin will join us too. I will briefly describe the order, how we're going to work. We are going to try to wrap up until 12:15. After that, we're going to have a coffee break, which will last only 20 minutes, not half an hour. Please don't forget it. Our online speaker is not with us yet, so I suggest we start. I suggest every speaker says briefly just one phrase, what is the main challenge in the area of media literacy, in your opinion, which exists in Ukraine or other countries of democratic world? Maybe Taras? Please be brief, just one phrase. Hello. Okay, if the answer has to be brief, I will. I would choose the development of artificial intelligence. In my opinion, the rapid development of artificial intelligence creates a lot of threats in terms of media literacy, in particular. Ms. Philip?
I would say that one of the main challenges for media literacy in Ukraine, but also within the broader OSCE context and international context, is to make sure that we have an agreed set of guidelines. This is not yet the case. This is something that the OSCE is currently working on, to establish a set of guidelines that participating states can use in the future. But that would be one of the main challenges that we've identified as an office. Thank you.
Дякую, пане Ігоре.
Thank you, Mr. Ihor. I will be brief too. I think it's coordination and synergy of efforts of all stakeholders who are related to this topic of media literacy to some extent. Okay, our speaker from the parliament is here. Okay, hello, Yaroslav. We are very happy to see you with us. Our speakers are just answering the question, what challenges exist in the area of media literacy in Ukraine and the democratic world in general. Disinformation and Russian propaganda. It's the biggest threat today, and actually it's important to understand that disinformation, it's synthetic narratives which are spread in an artificial way and don't reflect the reality. And it's important to distinguish between disinformation and true narratives. Actually, my younger children already learn at school how to distinguish between personal opinions and facts, and actually the project filter we have is very important. It is a good beginning. Okay, I will have a next question for you because I know you don't have a lot of time. And so I will ask about more specific things. Today we have an ongoing discussion in Ukraine about social media, in particular Telegram. We all know what impact this platform and social media in general have on the society, and how disinformation is spread using these media. Actually, there were even declarations made by our special services representatives that it's a threat for our national security. And as I already said, we already have some discussions going on. And we can see polarized views on what should be done to these platforms and Telegram in particular. So my question is, in your opinion, is it possible to reach consensus in terms of social media regulation? And what limitations for the public officials, for the society can be there? First, reaching some kind of agreement between all the stakeholders is possible when there are no hidden interests. We cannot completely understand the systems this Telegram, for example, follow, and we remember the examples with the social media, Odnoklassniki and VKontakte, the special services of Ukraine say that the operation of social media such as Telegram can be a threat, and we should understand who we communicate with. Regulating a particular social media is impossible, so most probably Ukraine will follow the practices that already exist in the European Union according to the Digital Services Act. The only thing, not all the social media are covered by these regulations today, so we will need to additionally regulate our interactions with this kind of media. What we critically need, we need to understand who is behind this social network, who is the owner, what are the possibilities for cooperation, who represents the media, and what are the mechanisms to eliminate the content that violates laws of Ukraine. And the last declaration was about the Telegram blocking or deleting some content relating to Ukraine at the request of Apple. But it was not only the Apple volunteering to do it, the Ministry of Digital Transformation and Culture and Information Policy, as well as our special services work with the Apple platform as well as the Google platform. That's how we can influence these platforms. So we can find some mechanisms. Some of them can be within the legislation, the DCA plus. Some of them can be only applied under martial law. We have been working with our law enforcement agencies and security services, as well as media experts, to ensure the right balance and not to restrict the freedom of speech, because this balance is hard to maintain and sometimes unclear, and Russia adores to manipulate these topics, or China or other totalitarian states. And actually, one of the key mechanisms and most efficient is increasing the skills of media literacy and fact-checking skills, because the person himself can protect themselves better than anyone else, and we have to understand the responsibility of every person and the responsibility of the state. Any restrictions adopted by the parliament will be related to the functioning of the state. I doubt it. I doubt that the parliament will be able to restrict some personal activities of people. I hope that we will find mechanisms of more effective cooperation with some networks, such as Viber, Google, Apple, and we are currently agreeing on a cooperation with TikTok. Just a few days ago, 24 channels were blocked on the territory of Ukraine. Just yesterday, a channel related to Murayev and Maxim Nazarov was blocked, and another YouTube channel. So we keep working on a technical level, but we still have a huge task of predicting and mitigating the risks, and it's important that people themselves protect them. It's always important. Thank you very much. And now I have another brief question about the freedom of speech and how to maintain this balance between the national security and freedom of speech. Just a few days ago, we could hear some criticism in the report of the State Department of the United States. And probably in this sense, we need to restore consolidated operation of Ukrainian journalists, because in 2022, when the full-scale invasion started, we had an unprecedented situation with the consolidated journalistic environment, and I think we lost. What can the committee do in this direction? Well, it won't be obvious probably, but the committee cannot interfere, because when politicians start interfering with the topics of unity of journalists, they might have the best intentions, but we don't know what can be the results. As we already mentioned at the roundtable discussion, it's up to you, not to us. I am for balanced cooperation between journalists, and we will communicate actively our position, but I doubt that it can be ensured with some legislative norms or acts, because it's an ethical choice of editorial teams and different outlets who should be invited and whose indignations need to be communicated. So when politicians, even though they might have positive intentions, interfere with this area, there might be different results. And in the very report of the State Department, it's indicated that during the war times, the freedom of speech should be guaranteed at the personal level and in terms of access to different platforms. Of course, we lack the balance, we lack criticism, and of course, we need to work with it. And to be honest, that's what we have been doing. I would like also to add that some politicians might not understand it, but independent, critical media who contribute to development of true democracy, it's something Ukraine can be proud of and something we will protect, and we will contribute to their work. We as a committee can guarantee that there will be hearings as to law enforcement prosecutions of journalists. That's what we did a few weeks ago, and we will follow all the cases enumerated in the report of the State Department, and we will follow everything related to prosecutions of Ukrainian media representatives. Actually, together with the Polish Parliament, we are trying to address the issue of activity of Ukrainian journalists on the territory of Poland and in the border area. So, actually, don't ask us to help you to self-organize and get united, because it will be a disaster. But we will try to ensure everything needed for the high-quality operation and independence of media. We will try to create all the tools necessary that the law allows us. Just yesterday, the Parliament of Ukraine adopted the address to international institution asking to contribute to free prisoners of Putin's regime. The journalist among Victoria Roshchin, Dmytro Khiluk, and many other journalists we cannot name now because the coordination headquarters work is ongoing. But self-organization and ethical standards, it's up to you completely. We are ready to express our opinion, but we will not be part of it.
Thank you for being sincere with us. I hope our participants have heard your call, and the government will intervene very insignificantly into this work. So to continue our work, I'd like to switch to Philippe Tremblay with the question. We can see how Russia's disinformation affects negatively to democratic countries throughout the world, and in fact it destroys the freedom of words and democracy, unfortunately. So in your opinion, what role can be played by media to counteract this? And are there any links between the freedom of word expression and media literacy in terms of how they build the platform for the democracy and the freedom of word?
For the question, of course, there are links between freedom of expression, media freedom, and how this helps counteract the narrative that is presented by Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. And this is something that the OSCE is fully focused on. And I would also like to mention that the OSCE is working with other international or regional organizations in developing this web of mandates and commitments that looks at media literacy, and also a new concept that we are developing, media freedom literacy. And I mentioned these guidelines, and I might mention a little bit more about them now. We are developing this concept of media freedom literacy to help equip individuals with the knowledge and skills necessary to fully appreciate the role of media freedom, and to equip them with the capacity for self-reflection, for looking at what a fact is. A fact is a fact, and it's important to be able, as an individual, to differentiate between reality, fact, and fiction. Very often with these media platforms, with these online international platforms, we are seeing that truth is often distorted, and this has an impact in war-torn countries like Ukraine right now, but it has an impact also in peaceful societies. Like, I'm coming from Canada. I was in the Canadian Public Service for many years, and you can see also what happened in January 6th with the assault on the Capitol. It has an impact on democratic societies as well, where narratives, the previous speaker was also speaking about the platform self-regulation, or how to regulate platforms. What we are also seeing, and what I think is even more worrying, is a third degree, where the moderation of these platforms is no longer done by humans, but by artificial intelligence. And when AI will regulate these platforms, the bias will take us in a direction that is impossible to predict and will be even more difficult to regulate. So I would say that, again, in war-torn countries or in peaceful societies, the challenges are the same: to equip the individual with these reflection skills and these analytical and critical thinking skills. One of the guidelines that we will launch in May is the cradle-to-grave approach, where these skills must start at a very, very young age to make sure that they have the impact that they need. Thank you.
Дякую. У мене буде ще одне запитання.
I will have one more question. As I've mentioned, we are so happy that that amount of media, international organizations are supporting the development of media literacy, and it's interesting to know what's the OSCE role here, and how it is important to consolidate the efforts in support of this topic, not only in Ukraine, but beyond. As we can see, the whole democratic world can be impacted.
It's important to coordinate our approach, to coordinate our policies to the extent possible. Very often these international organizations have very different roles, mandates, membership as well. As you know, the OSCE is still an inter-regional organization of 57 participating states from Vancouver to Vladivostok. Very often, and we work on a consensus-based approach, which means that sometimes progress can be very, very slow. Other international or regional organizations have a universal membership, like the United Nations or the European Union. But what we try to do when it comes to freedom of the media is to look at where our synergies are, where our strengths are. And for example, on a yearly basis, the OSCE, United Nations, African Union work, and the European Union, we work on a joint declaration on a set of principles that are discussed and negotiated on a yearly basis. Last year, the OSCE was in lead of this process, and we issued a joint declaration on media freedom as an essential pillar of democracy. This year, we are working currently with our international partners on a joint declaration on media freedom in the climate emergency, climate crisis. So we are always looking ahead at the issues that are relevant to today's international society, international affairs, and trying to address these, but always with a media freedom and freedom of expression component. This is not done by any other organization, and this is something that we are doing currently. We still have to look at how we would approach this when it comes to media literacy or media freedom literacy, and perhaps that's an issue we can explore in the future. But there is definitely some synergy as well with the Council of Europe, with the European Union, with UNESCO, who was here with us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Today, as I can see, we have some 15 minutes, and I hope that we'll be able to talk with our speakers. So let's move to more strategic governmental level. As we know, and now a very important work is undergoing. The Ministry of Culture and Information Policy, as far as I know, is completing their work on the strategy on media literacy, and probably the name of the project is a different name, but this is kind of a provisional name. But it's very important, as Ukraine is presented with different challenges. And this is the situation all the time. 10 years ago, we had different challenges. Now we have those. So what are the priorities you can define in those documents, and the most vulnerable ones for young or adolescent auditory? And does the ministry have the support of other governmental institutions or organizations with this question? Thank you for your questions. We have very short amount of time, so I'll be brief. Let me start with extending of my gratitude to all our international partners, co-organizers. I can see them behind my back, all the logos. So namely, these are key stakeholders, international partners who united to have this today's conference, and I think this is very indicative, mentioning that our cooperation is at high level. So thank you to all participants who responded to our invitation, who have been working on this area for many years, or who has joined only recently. However, the topic is urgent and needed, and the topics can be different, as you said. Media landscape is in constant changing. I remember when I first went to this area the onset of 2000. So one of the key problems our society was actually resolving is the court sues against magazines, news magazines. So now we can see it as a very ridiculous problem, as the magazines are very rare today, so challenges are actually different all the time. We didn't have any TikTok or other social media platforms. In terms of strategic view, you mentioned on the beginning that it used to be international partners paid attention to less extent on that, but let me assume Let's take a look at the strategic approaches. In 2020, the ministry announced as a priority that media literacy and the work in this area is a priority. In 2021, we have adopted the strategy of informational safety developed under the leadership of our ministry with the encouragement or involvement of all the international and national institutions approved by all respective bodies and signed by the President of Ukraine. And one of the 7 strategic components is media literacy. Sometimes these strategies are forgotten as sometimes such a document might be forgotten as no one pay attention to them and with no effect whatsoever. However, if we keep gathering our coordinative meetings, approving the plan of action, road and maps, then this strategic work would stimulate both international players, as it was signal that this is an important topic because for partners it's so important to know that this is something that is supported not by the society but by the government and to some issues and there is not that much attention needed, but to some questions this attention is needed. So in terms of the media literacy and strategy, in my opinion, the increase in our cooperation was significantly improved with all our endeavors. So we are so grateful for all the participation of our partners and of course, we need support from other bodies, and those guidances are also so important, mentioned by my colleague from OSCE, as this is a topic that requires synchronization, taking into account the artificial intelligence intervention, and those guidances require constant evolving and updating. Let me mention also Teresa Ribeiro on her opening remarks was so upsetting that she didn't make it to be with us today. We met before. We have very good constructive cooperation, support both on these topics and on other. OSCE's priority is the journalist safety, a very important topic. So the document the ministry is currently working, and you've asked about it, is more of internal plan for the ministry, as on the state level we can see the strategy of the informational safety with the priority aim of media literacy as the main governmental document. Along with that, the internal document is the strategy of the ministry and the work. This is something that we are finalizing and sending to the majority of our partners for their inputs, and we are going to finalize it in the nearest future. So what are the priorities given most vulnerable categories as veterans, combatants, elderly people, but an important priority should be given to the point that of media literacy should be kept throughout our life. This is a skill needed for improvement from the early childhood throughout all our life. So we need to work with all the ages and categories to continue the topic of coordination. In fact, this is an important one, and we are so happy that the ministry is actively working with all the stakeholders in this area, with public sector as well. How can you see to have a good, effective coordination? So how can you see the distribution of roles between the public sector and other stakeholders? Do you mean the media literacy area? So what roles, tasks should be given, distributed to whom? It's a good question. So public organizations, as I've mentioned, and back in 2020, there was a assessment in terms of what was done. And by reviewing, interviewing different public sectors, we identified that public sectors were more active in different trainings, in their work with the ministries, and advancing for their programs in different, even international organizations. IREX, for example, Detector Media. So those public organizations were already engaged in all those work. But it would have been ideally for the IREX, where this program was operational not in all the schools, but it would be great to have their operation to be activated in all the schools. Also improving the skills and systematic educational knowledge, and to also to have the systematic reflection in the media. We have the whole body that is working to this, and so more systematic communication companies would be great. Also, would be great to help also with different organizations, as Mrs. Materna has mentioned earlier. I mean, distribution on all the informational products to be broadcasted via our channels. So, as my colleague said, Mr. Jurchishin, not everything should be prescribed or tasked from up to the down. So to that end, we need to have our coordinative meetings to identify where we are, to coordinate our efforts, and as it was in one of our coordinative meetings we have organized between the Embassy of UK and the Ministry of Education, we had an immediate communication, immediate interaction on the topic of veterans. So let's move to the issues of education.
I'm actually very sorry that we don't have much time because we might have a lot of questions to the representative of the Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Culture has been communicating this topic actively through different media, and its stance is more public, while the Ministry of Education is not so open, probably. So I think it might be interesting for the audience to hear about the IREX project, what work was carried out in the system of school education, and it would be good to understand whether the ministry does something to make it systematic in the education system, to make it more clear. We understand that there is some bureaucracy and some basic standards should be developed first, but are you moving forward now? Mr. Go, thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to disagree. We are very open, and we often meet representatives of the Ministry of Culture on different platforms in the context of IREX in particular. So I will now answer your question itself as to the education standards, and I think the best compliment to the Ministry of Education was done during the speech by Mr. Yaroslav, who said he was happy that children now know how to differentiate between personal opinions and facts. And it's an example of state educational standards of the new Ukrainian school. We already have the standards for the primary schools, for the secondary education institutions. We are currently approving the vocational education institution standards. And actually, these standards are reflected in different educational areas. And actually, that's where you can see the systemic approach when we do not single out one subject or one topic during a lesson or a time period. It's something which is cross-cutting in the state standards, and it is mentioned in the obligatory expected results of learning. And I think it works well in primary schools, and the reform of the new Ukrainian school is ongoing, and the Ministry of Education provides a huge range of choice in terms of courses we can attend, and optional courses in particular, and I'm sure that courses related to media literacy will be an obvious choice because it's hard to overestimate the importance of this topic today. I understand that you are responsible for the school education, but probably you have some information on whether similar steps are planned for the higher educational institutions, because there is such an opinion that media literacy should be obligatory not only for linguists, say, but also for physics and other specialists and other specialists. Actually, it's hard for me to answer the questions related to higher education institutions because outside of my mandate, but considering the autonomy and freedom in terms of compiling curriculum in the higher education institutions and taking into account the relevance of what was said, I am sure that higher education institutions will be part of this process. Thank you, and I have another question to you. It is quite complicated and it requires a wider discussion, but still, probably the ministry already started working in this direction. It relates to vulnerable audiences. We understand that there are temporarily occupied territories, and we know that when Russia comes to new territories, it starts changing information environment and does it through schools in particular. It imposes its own views on identity, etc. Does the ministry have a vision as to how educational programs will be changed on the deoccupied territories, and does it make sense to include media literacy topic in these new programs? Yes, thank you very much. We talk a lot about strategic documents, and actually the government of Ukraine develops a lot of strategies, but I will specifically speak about the education on the deoccupied territories. As an example, we have over 900 educational institutions on the occupied territories as of today. And obviously, restoring educational process, considering all the difficulties these institutions have today, will be very important. It's about restoring the network of events, material, assets in them. But the most important thing is restoring Ukrainian component in these educational plans and curriculums. So all of these things are mentioned in the current documents that are still being developed in the ministry. Thank you very much. We are approaching the end of this first panel discussion, and every panel discussion participant will have a minute for the closing remarks. and I have a quite a philosophical question to you. We can see that propaganda of Russia has had an effect on the matter of trust, the trust to media, to state institutions, to each other. And my question is, can media literacy contribute to the recovery? Let's start with Taras. Okay, 1 minute, it's really not enough. But speaking of trust and media literacy, I would like to take a different perspective. We recently could see published media literacy rating, and actually critical thinking should make us suppose that journalists can make mistakes too. So I'm not sure whether there is research into it, but it's a quite complicated thing. And finally, I would like to emphasize that for us, the main tool of disinformation of countering disinformation and propaganda. It's our national project Filter, and I'm really thankful to all those who support our project, and thanks for the support of the UNDP to this project. I haven't mentioned you yet. Mr. Philip, please, the floor is yours.
Will play an essential central role in rebuilding this trust, and as you correctly highlighted, education from really a young age until higher grades will be important in this regard. But it's also up to each and every one of us to make sure that we take this as our own personal responsibility, and sometimes that's easy to forget as well.
Дякую, пане Ігоре.
Я погоджуюся з
Thank you, Mr. Igor. I agree with everything that was said, because critical thinking is a really necessary skill, as well as media literacy. They both contribute to consolidation of all of us and foster trust to each other. Thank you. Dear panelists, thank you for the participants for listening with so much attention. Now we're going to have a coffee break, but please don't be late. We're going to have only 20 minutes of the coffee break. Hello, everyone. Hello. I'm happy to see all of you here. First of all, I would like to send my gratitude to the organizers of the conference for carrying out its preparation, and I welcome all the participants of today's conference on media literacy. Tomorrow we'll speak about self-regulation of media, but today our topic is ways to involve journalists and media in making media literacy popular and possibilities for cooperation of media and journalists. Our participants will be Olena Taranenko, Dmytro Korkin, Dmytro Tuzov, Vadim Miski. Thank you. And to begin, I'd like to say that we often mention that media literacy should be developed as part of a systematic approach. It's about national security, democratic participation, artificial intelligence. And I have a question to all the participants. What trends do you see in terms of development of media literacy, and which are most relevant? Please. Thank you. My name is Olena Taranenko, IRIX. I will rather speak about challenges, not the trends. The challenges that define the trends. We have been developing a huge project, and I would like to thank all those who mentioned it today. It's about media literacy, and we have been observing several challenges. I can say that there is a significant shift in terms of motivation of people to develop media literacy, and this changing motivation will change the trends, and if I have to define it as a trend, it's something we mentioned a long time ago. During the full-scale invasion, people can feel in their own lives that these are the skills that have an impact on the very quality of life. When you take the information as a basis for your decision making, therefore the information, the quality of information defines your quality of life. So the programs that take into account this need of the audience will be effective. Another trend, I cannot assess it as good or bad. It is there. It's powerful. Based on the last 2 years of research, media have the biggest impact on emotional and psycho-emotional state of the audience. And it's a huge problem both for the media, because media will have to adapt their operations accordingly. We are going to speak about it tomorrow too, but it's also a challenge for the programs on media literacy. I will speak about it in more details later. The emotions that are used to generate polarization among Ukrainians. And unfortunately, it's not only the task of Russian propaganda, a lot of internal media play in this field. So this is a very dangerous trend. Actually, psychologists talk a lot about such a notion as media trauma. The media harm our psycho, and it's a problem. But we don't need to put it as protection of the audience from the media. We need to develop respect, mutual respect. Hello, Dmytro Borkin, board member of the National Public Broadcasting Company of Ukraine. I think it's very important that this very positive trend that only recently became popular is spread among different kinds of audiences. We're speaking about traditional media and other kinds of media because I'm very happy to see many colleagues and friends during this kind of events. We often meet each other, but I'm sorry that there are no new people. Sometimes I get this impression that we need to convince ourselves and each other. We need also to work with professionals from other areas, such as educational institutions, professionals. We need to develop media literacy among different professionals. We, as people who deal with many platforms in different regions, participate in different projects and tell our audience about media literacy in very original forms. It's very important for us to go beyond our traditional circle to change the situation. But the media drama is indeed a very important concept. It's also about the race for most popular titles, and on Monday, our colleagues from Ukrinform said that we quote Russian official sources more often they themselves quote themselves. So it's very important to discuss it among the media professionals and other audiences. Thank you, Metro. I'm now giving the floor to Tatiana Semilenko, Partnerships and Media Campaigns Manager from Smart Angel NGO. Hello. If you speak about the level of state, I think media literacy should be an obligatory element of educational programs. It should be part of vocational training. So it should also be included in digital skills development. It's important for the creators and consumers of the content to have these skills. Of course, there is this trend today, which consists in targeted campaigns directed at specific parts of the audience for the young people or older people, probably lack media literacy, well, less literate than people from 18 to 25 years old. So we need to choose the formats of communication with different audiences to make them think more critically. Metro, thank you very much. We're speaking about trends, right? So, dear colleagues, Russian invasion in any country, not only Ukraine, consists of three important stages that can be intertwined. It's corruption of local elites, like through the gas policies, or some benefits in terms of trade. Just as an example, when other countries become loyal, it is accompanied by Russian disinformation campaigns. We can all agree that it all started not back in 2020, not even back in 2014, when our information environment was full of, our managers were dragging here everything Russian world produced. One episode of famous Russian TV series, which cost up to $100,000. That's how Ukraine was financing this industry of Russian narratives and fakes. And the third stage, so corruption, disinformation, and the third stage is the invasion itself. So first we have disinformation, then go the tanks. The formula is the same. We need to understand it. Russians, and of course, there is Russian disinformation, but not alone. Russian special services follow developed schemes, and they use foolproof methods that are there for many decades. One of the last examples, Dmytro mentioned that unfortunately Ukrainian platforms spread Russian messages. So one of the latest examples, and it's a quite curious one, how many Ukrainian platforms repeated the disinformation about the death of King Charles. All we need is go to the website of Buckingham Palace and check whether there is disinformation on the site. So I have a question to the editors. Do you believe in conspiracy theories? Can you really believe that King Charles died and there is no message about it on the site of Buckingham Palace? Can you really believe that someone withhold this information due to political considerations? To do what? To allow Russian propagandists to spread this news? It's very obvious, it's very simple, it's a Russian way to spread this information. And unfortunately, when these things happen, I understand the following, that Russia is testing different ways of misleading masses of people, millions of people. Moreover, they record who believed it, what media picked up on it, what media don't pay enough attention to check these pieces of news. So after this testing stage, they conduct an audit what can be done next with this information space.
And of course, something is going to be spread with the use of advanced technologies, and no doubt that artificial intelligence will be very used to that. However, when there was an disinformation campaign related to former UF Commander-in-Chief, Mr. Zaluzhin, we could witness that it was very obvious. However, technologies are moving forward, take artificial intelligence alone, so we should expect more of cutting-edge artificial intelligence that would take more efforts for the verification. And please do pay attention to one more trend, and it is going to be very powerful. And that is Russian disinformation is kind of echoing system coming from foreign outlets. So we had this fight for US aid in the Congress. So just take all that flash of information that was poured to us about it, and famous woman told us copying many information. So it was done by Congresswoman. She actually copied a lot of information. And what I did, I sent a picture of destroyed Chester Church to her, so to remind her about the consequences, a real one, done by the Russian Federation that destroyed Orthodox churches. And did you heard about the conversation between Kusturica and the director, and actually nothing is hidden. Everything is in open source. So they asked about support from Putin, and he told him to complete 3 projects I would like to have. And if you help me with that, I will have you. And then he continued to talk his rhetorics. We know what those Banderov people does in Balkanian countries. To the word, there was a kind of slaughtering. And actually, after Kusturica came back home, he started repeating the same rhetorics. And I would rather look at his man's eyes, who only wanted to earn money in any ways. However, I'd like to look into the eyes to our directors and managers who would promote use of Kusturica for the next time. And probably they will argue that Kusturica is a genius. What's the difference? And to that response, we need to respond to, we need to record all the new technologies used to destroy consciousness of millions of people. And I can tell you even in details how it looks like from the medical point of view. Thank you, Vadim Mitsky, Program Director at Detector Media, a public organization. So Vadim and I presented the index of media literacy on Monday, so he's very aware about the tendencies in the development of media literacy. So the floor is yours. Good afternoon, colleagues, and I'd like to start with the tendencies. Let me mention an interesting figure that we had in our research. We have been witnessing for the 3rd year in a round, and we can compare those figures from year to year in terms of how media literacy has been changing in Ukrainian society. So for the 2nd year in a row, 17% of Ukrainians discern media in disinformation intuitively. So the methods, no method. So before the full-scale invasion, the figure was 30%. So we have this huge decrease. Also, how people discern the disinformation. The most popular answer to that question is people are searching links to the resource. It's a good sign. Other methods, 30% are being oriented to the purpose of discerning information, whether or not there are photo confirmations or pictures. And for many years, we have been using those methods as one of the elements to discern of information. So once we have these photo pictures, it is confirms increasing the relevance. But what our previous speaker told, let's take this artificial intelligence with its ability to generate a deep fake with everyone. Photo can be done in a blink of an eye. If you just want, you will get even the number of fingers, whatever. So this trend is showing the following. We are going towards increasing media literacy. So what we should do, not to focus our attention to the number of people who reach that level in media literacy, not believing in Russian narratives and the onset of the full-scale invasion, but to the changes that comes from that time. So artificial intelligence and neural networks put us into the condition that is, we shouldn't trust anything. Everything should be checked. And the role of media is huge here, because media, on the opposite to the actually childhood education, media is more of informal education. And media is an informal education that can be done to many people, changing consciousness of the adult society. This year, we asked a kind of checking question that was for how many people believe and understand and realize that artificial intelligence can be used to manipulate the public opinions, distributing fake information, fake facts, and half of interviewed answer that it's hard to answer. So half of the people don't even know about it. 1/3 told us that they have heard, but they will not be able to differentiate. 1/4 said that artificial intelligence can do that, and only 12% told us that the artificial intelligence is capable to do so. And these indicative numbers represent the following: that people are going to trust any facts distributed by Russian propaganda. Just look to the TikTok. How many different products are being advertised with no sufficient backgrounds to its effectiveness. They are just ways of earning money. However, I'm talking that to deliver to your point that not only Putin can use those methods, and of course, this informational war is the huge threat to our critical thinking in our society. However, our fraudulent mechanisms used by our people can be used to do, so to say, harm to our critical thinking, to earn money. So challenges are vast, and we need to develop our technologies, and this should be done towards the adult population that has grown already, so nobody is going to go to for the higher education. Besides the fact that many people currently would like to have an additional education, so people can have this informal education by improving their skills in literacy. Thank you. Many challenges outlined in terms of informal education, etc. I'll have a question to Olena. Your project is doing the work of teachers to integrate literacy into the informal education or formal education. Now we have even a network of teachers who have been working on this topic and or showing their interest. My question would be the following. First of all, would their full-scale invasion impacted to the media literacy development? And the second question, with regard to different methods of introduction of media literacy in different countries, what model this introduction is the most relevant, in your opinion? We are not going to come back to schools. However, I propose to do so, and the most relative for introduction Ukrainian one, or regularities with using of the best practices. I'm going to tell in details. Our project has been working, and I'm recalling IREX. So we have been working starting from 2015, launching many projects. We have cooperated with the authorities, bodies, and understand that it's different topic whatsoever. However, without this understanding, it's so hard to move without the engagement of those who make decisions and policies. So we have worked with different auditors. Now we are concentrated our efforts, and this is our priority. Not mentioning that this is better or that is worse. So we are concentrated on something that we experienced started in 2018 on the adolescents. As these young people represent that interesting group of population that are to switch quantity into quality. So let us express our gratitude to teachers and those teachers who understand who are the part of this community, a powerful one. So those teachers are those hearts and hands that are going to be leapfrog in this direction. So the main step is the integration into the subject in schools. Namely, we're going to give all the materials needed for teachers, take into account that there are different levels, and take into account about the pressure and the amount of tasks or workload delivered to teachers. And anyway, having all these prerequisites, our teacher can provide their efforts to that as we provide the materials, and they then compile exercises that are going to be integrated into the subjects, school subjects. So we are focusing on 5 subjects at 3 grades. So let me have one example to take a lot of your time. So now talking about Russian propaganda, we come to the 10th grade. These are people who are prepared, who want to know everything about propaganda. We deliver our lecture. Sometimes it can be a workshop, and we take this time slot delivered for the lesson and telling about the Russian propaganda. Approach. We have 12 competencies under the new school, and we have the relevant exercise. So when our students learn the all relevant topics throughout the different subjects, and our students actually start watching different types of information, mentioning propagandas, narratives. So what I'm talking about is that type of integration that we are experiencing. This is that type of approach I started to tell, and this is the main purpose of well-being. So your integration into your life, when you understand that this is not just learn a scrutinized topic as Russia stolen the Rus and lied about that. This is something that impacts the decision you're going to make when you're going to be parents, when you will have to tell something to your children. So this is our primary objective, and that type of integration we have proposed in all our guidances developed on interaction of media, media disinformation, and why we did so. We did a research, finding out something that is very rarely said. Students started to consume news. We never work with this topic. We edit only as an integrated exercise. So our teachers asked us how we should facilitate discussions on the tough topics. So this is the true integration. Of course, I can mention Finland practices. However, this is all about where we live with our realities. And you mentioned Russian propaganda, and I Film project and big Russian lie that provide us with the opportunity to look at our history, soft power, several projects done with the Spilne, and a lot of the projects delivered to the Spilne, and we when we went to Sweden, we discovered that there are programs about it. So I have a question to Peter. How do you see the role of Suspina in the developing of media literacy, and probably has some plans, and probably you can share those expertise.
Suspilne, as a huge media corporation that encompasses different kinds of media, has an opportunity to physically get through different audiences through our regional network, digital platforms. And indeed, we have this documentary, Big Russian Lies, on digital platforms. It's an incredibly interesting product because we study not only the anatomy, but the ontology of how Russians have been using different areas, like sports, for example, art, ballet, why Russian ballet kills. Everything is explained in this documentary, and it's very important to explain because I will continue on the topic Dmitro Tuzov started. People start consuming different suspicious media because something was not explained enough. Like why support to Ukraine was so late. What support we get in different parties abroad of foreign parliaments. We plan to launch news for children, and the format will be defined following an artistic competition. But we assessed the experience of Japanese broadcasters, where the news are told by the hosts who are adults and children. There are other formats when we use fairy tales. You know, there is this format when people introduce these news in a very boring way, so it shall not be used. It's very important for us to take into account the content which becomes popular among our audiences. So we can assess the trends in consumption. In Ukraine, there is a very popular format we implement together with Detector Media, in particular with the MISCI, and we can see the feedback because we get letters, we get comments, and it is reached people who do not use traditional media give us feedback about this new format. Actually, people often get very tired, and I suggest we show very interesting short videos during the lessons and classes at educational institutions. So we advise you to use this format. Many educational institutions show our products, our documentaries during classes. So we invite you to join these initiatives because we create content for you and your students. And about the artificial intelligence, I will add something here. It's very important because, you know, we keep moving forward and there are some benefits here, but there are some drawbacks. The artificial intelligence tools and there are many kinds of specific software. So I saw this very interesting video by Vadim. It was even showed in the marathon, telemarathon. Yes, so it's important that these tools exist. Actually, we can see that there are many different software tools that help us to detect artificial intelligence products. There can be different kinds of manipulations, and these tools can be used to detect them. There are big media companies such as Suspilne and Ukrainian Truth who drafted policies for the use of artificial intelligence. It's very important, but we need to be responsible in using it. We cannot release text without verifying it to avoid harmful consequences. I will do my feedback here. You mentioned ready-made products for the teachers, and we actually had a joint project supported by the UNDP. We created a product that could be consumed by parents, children, teachers. So I hope we will continue with this good tradition. And speaking of the audiences, I would love to ask a question. Ms. Tatiana, I know that you work with the audiences from all over Ukraine. What are your approaches while working in different audiences? What are efficient and what formats are the most popular in Ukrainian, among Ukrainian audiences? Thank you for the question. Actually, we currently implement 29 media projects at the same time. We actually base our activities on two assumptions. The first is our audiences are not fact checkers. They do not consume information like experts, media experts, fact checkers. So we use this assumption to work on two levels. First, we teach how to critically perceive information and sources, and we work on the level of attitudes, and we explain that disinformation is a huge problem. We used different research findings from our partners, and actually 38% of Ukrainians think that this issue is serious for them personally, not only for the society. I don't know what's the reason behind this answer, but in any case, we used it and offer different explainers and entertaining formats as well. In addition, we will soon release documentaries for children and young people. In February, we launched another format on Dia Osvita and Kyivstar platform. It can also be accessed on YouTube, so you can view the TV series on media literacy. It's mostly about social networks, and if you use Dia Osvita, you can get a certificate after viewing these series of episodes. So all of our speakers, experts, tried to explain to the audience, as peers, the specifics of this issue. It was not an analysis of myths. It was a simple explanation of the threats created by manipulations or fakes and what we should do about it. They were talking about anonymous sources, Telegram, TikTok platforms, the pseudo experts, emotional perception of information, and by repeating these simple explanations without any professional concepts, we develop this critical perception of the information we get. Another assumption is that media should not work on their own. We should involve experts from public sector, from cyber police, from strategic communications environment. So there should be actors involved from different sectors. It will lead to high quality of content. It will be verified and checked, and our fact checkers will follow diligently the trends. They monitor the trends on the day-to-day basis. That's their main activity. So as the result, we involved almost 100 experts, namely 52 women and 48 men. So it took them 8 months to conduct fact-checking, to deliver trainings on the media literacy. We also involved consultants for journalistic investigations. Actually, it was important for us to clarify what channels will be effective. Of course, if we look at the surveys, most of Ukrainian adults get news through messengers and social media. These were the findings 8 months ago. It's good we didn't go back upstairs. Yes. So considering the findings of research, we understand that in our products we offer, we need to mention the threats from social media, and in our videos and formats we would invite experts from Ukrainian Institute on Media and Information, legal experts, our colleagues from Detector Media, for them to explain the main trends in manipulations and disinformation without going deep into details and methodology, but still explaining what threats exist and what we should do with them. Moreover, in terms of channels, we focused on social media and digital platforms. So we had more products placed on social media than television, and it had its effect. We got 34 million views and 15 million views of unique views on TV. That's the result for the 8th month, and it's quite a good result. Actually, our videos also feature in telemarathon on ICTV channel. It is put in an entertainment format for the people to detect enemy narratives. But it's not only about fact-checking. It was important for us because we think critical thinking includes personal data protection, device protection. So together with Ukrainian Radio, Suspilne Radio, we launched a project, Cyber Defense. You can listen to their podcasts on the website. They're grouped into one playlist. So what I'm saying is that we should not only focus on fact-checking in our media literacy projects. It's important to speak about how to filter sources of information. It's important to think about whether we are responsible consumers and creators of content, what should be distributed, what shouldn't. So we spoke about social media, how they work, how they are moderated, why we should not spread posts asking to pray for the military, for the servicemen. So 10 more seconds. Finally, among the formats we offer, there are children cartoons. We speak about unbreakable cities, their historical background, who founded them, and I repeat that these are cartoons, simple cartoons for young children, and it's very important to create some products for this audience. I completely support Dmytro here, and we are 6+ category too. So we should not only develop informational resilience in terms of war, we should think about a long-term perspective to develop a strong national identity and social cohesion, because our enemy wants to break our unity. Thank you. I have the next question about social cohesion, actually. So it's good you finished on that point, and I think that and we in our filter project think that media literacy is the tool that helps us to unite people. So my next question will be to Dmytro, and it will be about the unity in our society, because it's the unity that helped us to conquer the world in 2022, to achieve significant results. In your opinion, how can media staying independent help our society to stay united, at the same time staying resilient and maintaining its trust to each other in the state? You know, just yesterday I talked to a Ukrainian scientist. Our National Academy of Sciences has now a new colleague. It's Valentina Chepianko, honorary doctor of sciences of Ukraine, and we were speaking about the impact of disinformation on people, why so many people are falling prey to Russian propaganda. And we actually now agree that we can get this information propaganda from different sources. So she said that 10% of all the people have the tools to resist disinformation, and it can be explained by different reasons, but 10% of people in society just don't perceive the disinformation they are targeted with. And this percentage can exist in Russia too, probably. But these people are afraid, of course, to express their opinions, but it's possible that they exist. I think that this percentage is higher in Ukraine, and there is an explanation to it, because this weapon is used in Ukraine on full scale. Of course, Russians use this weapon everywhere in the world, but they used it in Ukraine on a very large scale, starting from the very basics of Russian disinformation, when they say that Ukrainians don't exist as a nation. At first, we tried to be reasonable and answer that we have a history, we have an anthem, we choose presence, we change them in a democratic way. And when you are told that your nation doesn't exist, you can instantly understand how disinformation campaigns work on the national level. So I think that our resilience increased as a result of disinformation from Russia.
Regarding our unity, here it's important to say that we have many people with a critical thinking. It's a good sign, but we need to understand that we're going to have a negative impact once those people will refuse to trust anyone. And this is one of the aims the Russian propaganda is working on. So to create such an information chaos to lead to an average a trolley bus driver or a cashier would tell, okay, everyone lies, so let it be. So this is kind of an intent to introduce calc into our heads. So we need to know more of this attitude to trust, namely that not everyone is an expert capable of conducting analytics. However, we need to nourish those trust to those resources that should inform many people. I mean, the official sources of information. So, what is important here? We shouldn't undermine trust sources. And let me cite an example. If resigned of the chief commander of Ukrainian forces is planned, so it's not necessarily that our officials would say don't trust it and this is not going to happen, as that could lead to a very painful process and reaction on our society. So our politics should not be aimed at the disruption in the trust. So people should not think that they're going to be deceived. And given this framework and context, have our lesson learned. And one more important thing I'd like to mention: when we have an enormous amount of energy, and sometimes we can notice it, our people are, so to say, generators during the war. So we better to aim this energy against our enemies. As we have the situation, whatever you post on social media, you're going to have a harsh, even a wild perception from other people. So the war is a huge psychological trauma, and this trauma would require many years to get rid of. However, as we are talking about the context of our unity, we need to give more attention against our enemies. Probably we might approach the format of games, especially this is true for our children auditors, and sometimes cartoons done in Russia might be used just for that aim. You might have heard about a famous cartoon Masha and Bear with this horrible narrative about Ross. So we need to counteract first. Second, we need to show less aggression towards each other. We need to guide it to find those fakes, explain that everyone could do it. And in our radio, New Voice and that, we had different projects, and we have here in this hall some speakers we had then, where at that event we try to elaborate on those fakes. So currently we have a separate category of entertainment aimed at a specific topic, and our listener who joins us online or in YouTube can get a brief explanation why this lie was distributed. As we have this lie, of course, this is done on purpose. So once we have this quick and brief explanation delivered to our people in terms of this the work done by our enemies, this is good. But take an example with this aid Congress. The UK government announced a huge package of aid. Americans announced as well. It was done all simultaneously. So it was such an excitement moment to look at the direction on our enemies. So the Minister of Defense in the RAF, Mr. Shoigu, turned to the old documents of the KGB telling that it was the right thing to invade, to attack Ukraine, because once we hadn't done so, then they invaded us. And this is a good disinformation campaign, and showing how they should react on that. And they actually turned to old methods copied from the Hitler's Germany. Rhetorics. You might know that when Hitler decided to invade the Soviet Union, he actually explained his decision as the following: unless we do so, they will invade us. So this is good explanation on Russian strategies of narratives, showing from a practical point of view the desire they do. So, friends, trust to your own sources. Should be second, have more love to each other. Once you have enormous amount of energy is directed against our enemies, and this job is quite interesting sometimes, even developed into big projects, as it was researched by different journalists. Belen Kettering, for example, is now consisted not only from journalists, they now worked on all the possible traces and tracks, allowing the system to influence even political decision making. Sometimes even special services cannot do so. Who actually try to analyze the enemy's disinformation. Thank you. We have a limited amount of time, but one last question I'd like to ask Vadim. And then a very short question to everyone. Vadim, I would like to talk with you about the podcast you are doing, Russian Fake, uh, called, and I know that this podcast has been listened to by many elderly people. This is the auditory difficult to cover, to reach. So are there any universal attitudes in terms of how we should talk about media literacy to deliver to our elderly people? So how did you manage to do so? I'm hearing our panel discussion. I'm so uplifted as many people wrote to me, why are you smiling? And the reason is that the media is now not only in the process of debunking fakes. Our media is in the process of producing their own developments, and this has become a kind of a normality when media add as an interlinkages into the broadcasting, and we are proud that we were among those first explorers, and during the first week of the war, we actually broadcasted and a new category we mentioned. Actually, it was done in the shelter without no financing, but Metro at the same time, Metro was relocating the editorial employees to Lviv as explosions occurred next to our building, so we couldn't take any risk to stop our broadcasting. Therefore, we decided to relocate. And at that moment, I called him. So, can you see those maps that are actually covering with red lines, telling people that actually this is the areas occupied by RF. However, this was a disinformation, and our officials didn't mention any ports. So we decided to provide the relative comments on that. We decided back that time to broadcast about this. We actually couldn't do this broadcasting as we were relocating. However, we started to do the by ourselves. So the first 100 days we broadcasted every day. Then we decided to give a pause for, so to say, critical thinking. And then we decided to broadcast only on week, working week. And this is a huge benefit in the cooperation with the broadcasting media, and this is something that social media cannot do. Take the occupied territories and very small rural areas. I have feedbacks from people, from residents, live there, even a citizen who lived and occupied Kherson, and she mentioned that our broadcasting has helped her to survive. In terms of ways how we can reach our auditors, we need to be simple. Any high-flown words, fact-checking on a difficult level, so to say. However, auditor will want to be more aware compared to friends at work and one-minded people. Name your example. We should use this desire of people and help them to learn something that distinguishes them from other people and more competitive one. And we tell what skills should be acquired to the end. And we acquire good feedbacks. So
different researches can be backgrounds in the work of such projects, not only within our projects. We are going to present research done for the auditory 60 plus, and this is going to be a quantitative research showing quite an interesting data. And we're also doing some focus groups with elderly people, what they like, what they don't. Sometimes people want something more, less, any details. Sometimes these details can be viewed as something that we might neglect and don't think. However, this is essential to do and recommend to learn about the opinions of your auditors and skills that should be learned. Our society should learn about digitalization. Of course, elderly people might resist to that. However, we need to repeat it many times before a person once send to you a letter in a hard copy, we'll send it together with kind of a QR code. Then we had the fraudulent actions. Sometimes it is hard to talk about it or give words to our experts. Alona Romaniuk told us in terms of how to discern deepfake. I duly believe in qualitative media. High quality media can be done by professional employees with the relevant resources in their work in the similar content, and this projects can be distributed through different outlets, and we have many examples of when it works perfectly. This is our power that can change our society for better, and that we have fact check organizations, feature programs, and those platform where we can talk about media literacy at a high level. That is all only ease our efforts. So please be brief, 40 seconds for your answer. So the question, I'm thinking what Ukraine can give to the world, and I think that we are that leader in strategic communication in our contribution to disinformation, the development of media literacy. And we have our practices we can share to countries of Eastern Partnership. I know that they take our experience already so briefly. What elements can be learned by other countries from us in our endeavors to have more media literacy? Then I'll answer. I like the experience of country of Northern Europe, where there is a strategy in terms of how to explain a young person what is bad, what is good. And to do so, you should use journalist standards done in your smartphone, probably. And once a small person takes several points of view, when this person tries to differentiate different these points and standardize on their respective relevance, it would be great, as every adult would love to have such an education. And in my opinion, this is an experience that can be taken by other countries, as we have many practices in our schools who take IREX. We need to only multiply their coverage, as the
quality of education done by the umbrella of IREX is huge. Unfortunately, there are limits in resources, but I hope that this network is going to be enlarged. We need to work forward on that. We shouldn't forget that any other subject is not going to take care of it. I think that the world should understand that the world is not going the same as it was before this war, and journalist standards are also being modified. We shouldn't run after the Russian commanders anymore, asking their opinion. So our foreign colleagues should understand that the world of killer is not a must-have in the materials, but we can teach the world how to counteract disinformation is to show the absurdity, and then Russia will suffer from this disinformation, and the massive work going to be done, the more results we will have to feel. Russia's tried to persuade us that they are fighting with the whole NATO bloc. On the other hand, they was hooked on this narrative when the mobilization campaign stalled. And you must remember that the amount of conscripts who flew the country as they believed that the NATO bloc is going to kill them. So that's why such companies on this activation of Russian disinformation campaigns with their showing of absolute absurd and even neutralization and turning those campaigns into destructive ones for the Russian Federation is a high standards. We need to work on that.
Thank you, Tatiana. First of all, we can share our experience of how the war affected media, how to cover war events, how to talk to the affected people, why we don't call them victims, how to not re-traumatize these people for the second time. Of course, it's also important to take into account the impact of war on the perception of narratives, on habits of consumers, the narratives such as sanctions don't work, etc. So we really need qualitative and quantitative research into it. And actually, in our country, Telegram is one source of information for the society, and even despite of it, we managed to achieve unity. And actually, we now can see that Ukrainians are proud of being Ukrainians. Actually, many people present here today, many experts who work in particular with media literacy, with debunking fakes. And I think you can see the interest in your expertise on the international level because we're the country which exists in the state of war on a day-to-day basis, and the experience we get is very useful. Actually, before this panel discussion, we talked about the importance of our experience for the Baltic states and the countries who were influenced by the Soviet Union, ex-Soviet Union republics, Moldova, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Poland, who were victims of Russian imperial politics and can become its victims again. So today, Estonia is surprised by how it's covered on Russian media, and I think you can feel all of it. Plus, we have a good sense of humor, and Metro put it well. We need to turn this weapon against Russians. So that's our experience, and it's interesting for the international community. I would like to go back to the media literacy programs and put it into one short phrase. So, what we have to share is the formula for resistance, and those who develop different programs have to emphasize that this resilience should be our immunity, a long-term tool in our media programs, media literacy programs. We need to find this universal tool to develop immunity. Another aspect of this resilience is trauma. I would like to remind you that media trauma and psychological trauma develop on two different levels. For psychological trauma is treated in specialized ways, but it cannot be overcome, and collective trauma cannot be treated on its own. We should undertake collective measures. I'm not only speaking about coordination here. Of course, we need coordination between different actors, different stakeholders, but we also need to understand that we all should think about things that are important today and will important tomorrow, and develop this unity. I think approximately 10 years ago, in the beginning of the war, we treated media literacy as defense mechanisms we should develop. And today we need to think about the umbrella immunity, which will be related to all the media. We should not only provide protection, but the resource for our audience. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for this fruitful discussion. And you could probably hear that the red alert is off, which means that we can go and have lunch now. Dear colleagues, once again, I'm happy to welcome all of you at our today's conference. We are going to continue speaking about media literacy. First of all, I would like to introduce our great experts. Diana Ducik, founder and executive director of the Ukrainian Media and Communication Institute, member of Commission on Journalism Ethics. Olga Kravchenko, head of the Filter National Media Literacy Project under the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine. Alexandra Panova, deputy director of operations at Internews Ukraine. Alyona Romaniuk, founder of anti-fake games Nota Yenota, lecturer at Shevchenko National University of Kyiv, and Igor Roskladai, deputy director of Center for Democracy and Rule of Law. Please welcome our speakers with a round of applause. I would like to continue our discussion on media literacy. We all know that we have many great projects. In particular, you work a lot in this direction, and our session is unique because each and every one of you can share your experience. It's different. You work in the same direction with the same idea in mind. But now I would like to ask you not about your project, but the media literacy projects you are aware of in Ukraine. Why do you choose these projects? Please briefly describe these projects. Please name 3 to 5 projects which are not yours. Please do not repeat each other, if possible. Thank you for the question. If I may, I would like to name 3 endeavors. It's not exactly a project. Actually, a big role in our activities in this direction and our discussions today. I already mentioned that everything started back in 2010, and a big role has been played by the civil society sector. And first of all, I would like to emphasize the synergy of efforts of all the civil society organizations, because actually they did a lot, and we have a lot of positive shifts in our society in terms of media literacy, even though someone may not call it media literacy or may not understand what it means. But actually, our joint efforts, our synergy gave a great result. So today, Ukraine can already share its experience. We often speak about European countries, Finland and other countries, but actually today Ukraine and our civil society have developed so many practices that we too can exchange our experience with other countries of the world. So that will be on the first place. Secondly, I would like to mention the projects developed by IREX, because they covered secondary education institutions and they were large scale, and they had a huge impact on what we have today in the area of secondary education. So IREX, together with other partners such as Academy of Ukrainian Press and other organizations, have ensured this positive movement forward in the area of media literacy. A lot has been done. In this sense, media literacy was included in different subjects, school subjects, and it's quite an innovative approach. I think it's a Ukrainian approach. I remember how it all started, and back then some donors had some doubts as to how to speak about Ukrainian experience in times of war. These topics may be sensitive or create polarization in society, but we continued on this path. And integration of media literacy in history subject at schools is extremely important. So this project will be on the second place. And the third thing I would like to mention, since it's a systemic thing too, the creation of the Filter National Project and what is being done to promote media literacy at the national level. First of all, the media literacy test, because it's something that helped us to spread this topic and start using this concept of media literacy with different audiences, not only expert audience. So we made this concept and media literacy test more popular. During the previous session, we mentioned the motivation to learn media literacy, and actually this project can foster this motivation. That's everything I will say. There are many good projects, high-quality projects aimed at different audiences, but these three ones are the main ones for me. Thank you, Ola. Hello again, dear colleagues. We, as a coordination platform, think all the projects you are implementing today are important, and we are always happy to bring into light your activities. We always want to speak more about your initiatives, because the synergy of efforts can bring us to the best results in developing critical thinking. So we are always happy to get and spread your materials. So we are always happy to create new partnerships. So that's why we established Filter. So it's difficult for me to single out specific initiatives, but I will start with Diana's initiative, not because you mentioned our project. I wanted to say it even before. So you work with quite a complicated audience, and to work with it, you need to be very courageous and prepared in terms of organizational aspect. Because very often we ask ourselves how to speak using simple terms, how to achieve sustainable changes. And I really like that you started this work. You conducted research that other organizations take as a basis. So I think it's something that has to be supported and developed further. I would also like to mention the project of the Center for Democracy and Rule of Law and Detox program, which tells about how to consume information on Telegram, how to create a safe media environment, how to use the Telegram, because of course we currently have different discussions about it, but it's impossible to stop the spread of information through this channel. And I know that recently a test was published to assess what threats are on Telegram. So thank you for all the initiatives. I know you also speak a lot about threats on Instagram and Facebook. It's really something that helps to clean our information environment. And I would also like to mention the project Nota e Nota. During the previous panel discussion, you said that we need to speak about media literacy with simple terms in a format of games, etc. And I know that IREX cover a lot of education activities, but many people also know the project Nota e Nota. When we publish information about these initiative on our pages, people like it and give their feedback. And finally, I would like to mention IRIX's project Labyrinth of Media Literacy. I think it's also important to do the things we can touch, feel, and it will bring closer media literacy to our consumers. When we do the things, when we create projects that are very close to the audience, to the public, it also helps to develop media literacy and maintain this topic high on the agenda. So I think I would mention this initiative, but I am really happy that we have many wonderful partners and colleagues who do a lot of important things. Thank you, Alexandra. Thank you for giving me the floor, for inviting me, dear colleagues, dear partners. I'm happy to see all of you here, despite the air raid alerts, despite the late lunch. It's good it took place, by the way. Yes. Speaking about the question, of course, we agreed not to repeat each other, but actually, it's a challenge to choose who should be named, who is an example in this area of a project promoting media literacy. In fact, I think that every project that brings the defeat of our enemy closer should be respected, and I think it's great that Ukrainian civil society is so creative, has so many channels, and contributes to the destruction of enemies' tools, harmful tools for Ukraine and the world. I should mention here the state initiatives which have more challenges. In addition to the Filter National Project, I can mention here the activities of the Center for Countering Disinformation and the Strategic Communication Center that face many challenges, not only in terms of debunking myths, but also the challenges related to maintaining the right balance between countering propaganda and maintaining the freedom of speech. And sometimes it might be difficult to keep this balance, and our role as a civil society is to watch them closely and monitor this process. Now I will give the floor to the next panelist. Actually, it's hard to name 5 media literacy projects. There are many of them. I will try to categorize them. Actually, there are fact-checking projects that debunk myths and manipulations. Here, I would like to name Stop Fake, VoxCheck, Without Lies, Nota Yenota, Prahunets, Kvara Media, Kharkiv Anti-Corruption Center. These are the projects that debunk, disprove the myths, and it's great that there are projects people can turn to understand whether the information we saw is true. Igor Raskladai, by the way, helps to counter all the false informations we can see on social media. In addition to fact-checking projects, I would like to mention one of the projects which is impressive, which is Labyrinth of Media Literacy from IRIX. There is also another project, Media Drivers Force, project for communities. There are great online courses, very verified. There is also a course how not to follow manipulations from Ministry of Culture. There is another course supported by the OSCE and co-organized by the Ministry of Culture and Filter. It's about creating the curriculum for the universities, containing practical advice on how not to follow fakes and manipulations. There is another project by Kunst and Goethe Institute, and it is very interactive. It's about digital safety, digital literacy, about fakes and disinformation. There are often also podcasts as a separate direction. There are podcasts by Ukrainian radio, Russian fake podcast, Kunst, Post-Truth podcast, reporter competition for teenagers, Nota Yenota. Dmitro Tuzov has a great project on NV radio. There is also another project by Oksana Moroz, how not to become a vegetable, because she started working with a wider audience, business circles in particular. There is another TV project which involves journalists. And there are other projects which do not consider themselves to be media literacy projects, but they did a lot for media literacy development. These are YouTube projects and may Ukrainian YouTube flourish. There is a channel, History Without Myths, by Vladlen Marayev. It's a very interesting channel with hundreds of thousands of views, and it's a project which helps to destroy Russian propaganda and its historic narratives. There is another project by Artem Argyul. I can't even remember how many hundreds of thousands of followers he has, but there are a lot of them. And I'm really happy that Ukrainian YouTube, Ukrainian video content keeps developing. And sorry if I'm not mentioning someone, because there are a lot of projects. We asked to name 3 to 5, and you mentioned almost all of them. It's not even a half.
So also, we should recall Nia Botanics YouTube channel, Nia Botanica in Ukrainian. This is actually an a YouTube channel, and that explains in a very simple way for children several elements and processes. So sometimes we should take a look at projects from the point of information delivery. Let's recall a YouTube channel called TV Toronto, in Ukrainian Телебачення Toronto. Also YouTube channels about history are also present here, as we started understanding that we have lack or deficit in the information. Sometimes we can tell about specific fakes. Sometimes these are Ukrainian language is the best language in the world, etc. So these are stories that we have them a lot. And let me cite not a project from Ukraine, but a project as an interesting model. We'd like to introduce it here. However, we haven't managed to do it so far, as it's highly complicated. As you remember, the square of constitution is of a particular form, and also this project includes several directions, and we managed to generate a lot of stories related to that. First of all, about Polish links. However, there are very good table games, so to say. that helps young Polish citizens to experience those difficulties their parents felt. And let me recall another interesting project, and this is child cartoons developed together with psychologists, and they are also with the element of media literacy. And this is the correct way to do, as Finland started working on media literacy from 6 years of age, and therefore all this ecosystem that exists will never be in abundance. And also, I remember for other projects that can cover huge auditories. Let me mention IREX platform. My even relatives worked on their programs as well. So it's an interesting platform, but let me say that all these projects require a long implementation. As we mentioned, that media literacy is a long story to go. Understanding that only by doing so we will have stability. And Detector Media has mentioned figures related to our media literacy knowledge. So we need to establish more projects, and indeed we still have a lot of work to do. So we encourage everyone, dear audience, if we forgot to mention someone, please, you can indicate it and say during our coffee break, for example, or you might mention someone right now. I know that many people are aware about our activities. I'm a director of the institute named after Filip Orlik, and we are working with the media literacy for many years. We have been doing so for 10 years already. We are moving towards our auditories. We go to small rural areas, settlements. We reach those people who are, so to say, unreachable by other organizations. And we started when it was a brand new idea, and when we went just for example, to Starobilsk, Luhansk regions. Can you imagine that people back the time had that trust in deep fakes of Russia? So we conducted many trainings throughout all these years, and from our experience, I can say that people require such products on media literacy, and these people of different age. So what is your target auditory? We work with different target auditories, starting from students, high school students, finishing with elderly people, pensioners. Even pensioners want to come to our trainings, and let me emphasize that that level of trainings are needed for different age of people, regardless of their education, as we conduct training both for prosecutors, teachers, government organizations, and unfortunately everyone requires the development of critical thinking and media literacy. We conduct trainings on the counteraction on disinformation. We now has it as priority. Unfortunately, we don't have such a powerful platform as TV channels. However, we recorded training on media literacy, and we have distributed it through all our channels. We are so grateful to those who has shared those links, those information, and let me call on all our society to cooperate, as together we are stronger. We need to support each other and unite. Thank you for the attention. Such a good comment. We forgot about one more YouTube channel, but I didn't hear. Any comments? After this conference, we are going to distribute our prepared recommendations. So we are going to work on every session held today, and we are going to be in contact with you, Ms. Svetlana, so to add the information about your project for further cooperation. Let's move to our second question. So we have discussed all the projects we could recall. Let me now ask you to tell you about your projects. Tell please about your projects, the format on the improvement of media literacy that in your opinion were successful, and please explain why. Once again, this is difficult to do. For everyone who know me, I've been working on numerous projects, but please mention the most successful ones or your favorite ones. So I have several projects from previous life, so to say, and current life. I'm going to mention two projects created when I worked in Detector Media, as I adore those projects. They're so great, and people use them even up to date. Media Driver and created with the finance of Czech Republic. This is a project for adolescents. We conducted focus groups, communicating to adolescents, asking them what projects they would like to have. We even captured cartoons for this project. We created this project in a very simple way. Everyone can use this project even now, and I recommend it. And
проект розрахований на більш ширшу аудиторію, це онлайн-посібник. Він вже більш
And the second project is a more professional way. We actually did it with the aim to be used not only by journalists but other experts. We tended to explain how we should differentiate qualitative, non-qualitative use, what is the professional ethics, and I'm lecturing at the Kyiv Mohylansk Academy. This is 20 years already, and when we created this guidance, I realized that this is actually a very good base for teaching my students. I use it even now, and my students keep saying it's so simple and useful. So that's why I love these two projects, even as they were created back in 2016. So you can see how relevant they are even today. And let me mention also several projects held last year. This is not my project, but I like to mention it as it was a project that united efforts of a huge amount of public organizations, and that TV shows from Smart Angel, a TV series that is now available on DIA platform about media literacy. And let me tell you a secret, it was so difficult to work on it, as so many experts were engaged in working on that. That's why it was that much difficult to create that synergy in our understanding. However, I think that we reached a good result, and it's important that this project is available for a wide range of auditory, as it is accessible via DIA, and it will have a long-standing effect. And let me mention our project. We are working at my institute. This is a project on media literacy for elderly people. I'll be frank, we are so afraid to talk to this auditory, and last year we did deep research with sociology, with focus groups. We engaged the universities of the third age, and now we are working on the development of training program and education materials for elderly people. And when someone may say that we have that amount of good trainings, courses, there is no need for any others. This is not true, as elderly people require other presentation of the material, other methods, methodologies, etc. So for us it's a huge challenge. We take a systematic approach to that. We are going to share with our experience and the due course of the project's implementation. This is so interesting to hear. Ola, let me start with the project done by the Ministry of Information. And let me mention Hanna Krasnostup. She attaches huge attention to our project be further developed, and Department of Development puts a lot of efforts to that. And actually everyone present here is a part of this project as well. As we created that many trainings, we now have a coordinative need. So we're so grateful for all your job, and this filter project wasn't done without you. You are part of this story. We need to continue writing it, improving the media literacy of Ukrainians. We need to coordinate on our efforts with the ministry. We are doing coordination meetings once per quarter. We would be happy to see you there. It's so great to hear from you on those focus groups. That helps us to direct all our efforts towards the right direction. And it seems that you raised your hand. Let me add, but I'd like to comment, but you may continue. And also, as we work as a coordination platform, we also have our special projects, the national tests, the reporter competition, and other associations. So let me mention reporter project for adolescents with the financial support of UNDP. I love it. This is so great to see all the arts created by children when they actually try to be journalists, when they try to write something as journalists. And I recall myself young when I dreamed to become a journalist. So I'm so happy that today this reporter project exists. And last year we received 400 applications to attend this project, and even one of our participants was abroad, but she went to us for the final of this competition. So that's why we allowed to grow for our young people, and also the Ukrainian lesson of unity. We created it together with Suspilne and with IREX. I like it as well. My first job was in Suspilne Media. I was 19 years old that time, and for me it was so exciting to find those hooks, tricks, all the information, present them for teachers, showing how to use it. And for me it was so pleasant to see where the whole school grades were observing our product, and we talked about counteraction to social narratives, and we've received a huge amount of views, and now we're working on other projects together with OSCE and other partners, and whatever we do, we aim to attach your energy, your inputs. That's why we have such a successful projects. We have prepared training programs for students. We are now introducing these projects in the Kyiv University, National University of Taras, named after Taras Shevchenko. And now we urge students to integrate. We urge universities to introduce this course into their subjects, as this course would be very needed for further adult life. So I keep talking a lot about those projects. I do hope that this year will be fruitful for the expansion as well, but we need to move forward together with technology, and thank you for the cooperation.
Thank you. Oля, I have a question. You suggest to communicate more between each other. What channel is the fastest to maintain communication with you? Is it your Facebook page? How can we reach out to you and discuss the further plans? Well, those who need our phone number, we are always open to communication. Well, I'm speaking in general. How can a listener from Kharkiv Oblast contact you? We have an email that you can find on our website. So we always answer to all the emails, all the messages on social media pages. We are open to communication between us and different initiatives, civil society organizations. So we are open to any interactions. Thank you. Are there any comments from the participants? Yes, thank you for the opportunity to add something here. We already mentioned, yes, sorry, my name is Natalia Pakhachuk. I represent the National Network of Hyperlocal Media. Thank you, Alena Romaniuk, for mentioning our fact-checking project. But I would like to mention another type of activity related to media literacy. Probably we'll find partners within this project. So we have a very interesting project, Rayon Dite. It's a network of special extracurricular activities in distant localities for school children, starting from the 5th grade. And it actually transformed into a very powerful and wide movement, and the children even started debunking fakes in their Viber chats of their villages. For example, when some adults share the fake about the blood, and children start to analyze this information and disprove false information. So in our methodology, we make use of the results of work of our colleagues. We use Alena's project in particular. We also have our exclusive results of our project. If you're interested, we can share with you. We have another project for adults. Actually, it is particularly used by the pensioners, by the elderly, and we don't call it media literacy, but for them it's interesting to communicate with journalists, especially if these are famous journalists or people who regularly go to the front line. And so the pensioners would come to different events. And by the way, it's a very rare genre, so people come to communicate, to exchange, and in the course of the event, they discover our internal operations, and some people are our regulars, some people come for the first time, and they later can transfer these media literacy skills further to other people, and it's very interesting for different circles to join our events, such as priests or other representatives of our society. So we will be happy to cooperate with everyone who's interested in it. Thank you for this very interesting comment, Alexandra. Well, what project should I speak about now? Muram. Actually, we in Internews Ukraine have been working in the area of media and communication for almost 30 years. So it's the rule we don't even discuss, that you need to know your target audience and approach it using all the accessible channels. It's the rule number one. So we asked ourselves a question: what should we do about media literacy of people who are not interested in this topic, who consider themselves to be literate, media literate? And so we started thinking what can reach these people, what is easier than streets. So we went on the streets and started painting different paintings on the fences, and we gathered around 50 street art artists, and they were from different countries. So it was the start of the COVID pandemic when we launched this project. So we were working in online mode, and we taught these artists the basics of media literacy, what this vector is about, how they can use their artistic tools, either street paintings or street objects that would attract attention. For example, we already mentioned today different pensioners, older people who are often going somewhere and see our street paintings. Of course, we were not hoping that one street painting would teach something people the same way as a project or a comprehensive initiative does, but we wanted to put the topic of media literacy on the agenda and make people think about it and understand to what extent people are vulnerable to propaganda and disinformation. Well, it's important how people assess their own skills of media literacy in Ukraine. These skills are these assessments are very positive. People think that at the 10th year of war with Russia, we already know it all. We can all be an example and teach others media literacy. But there is research by Detector Media, we already quoted today, that says that the situation is different. We need to teach people and convince that it is useful. So it was not an easy task. About geography, where we implemented this project, actually our target was south and east of Ukraine, small localities with from 30 to 100,000 residents. Now these localities are often occupied, in particular Bakhmut city, and when we see photos from these occupied cities, it's very painful and emotions are overwhelming. It's also the city of Tokmak and Kakhovka in the east. I hope that one day we will go back there and we will see these walls and these fences. And if we don't, we will create new ones. Actually, this project was not only about murals, about street paintings. We created a platform that could be used through a QR code, and it was only a matter of internet access, and the focus groups showed that most of people did have the access, so they could use the QR code next to the painting and see our publications on media literacy and take a test on media literacy. Actually, it's a sad story because it was planned to create 5 murals, and I remember getting a call from one of Volyn artists on the 24th of February 2022, and he asked to come back home, even though he was working on creating a mural. So it's a sad story about successful targeting, but I really hope that these paintings survive and fulfill their functions. If not, I hope we will get a chance to repeat this great experience. Alexander, I have a question to you. For those who didn't see, where can we find information about these paintings? Probably your website contains information about these murals. Yes, of course, there is a website, artifake.org. Actually, since it's an international project, we thought about Art Invades Fake title. Actually, but the website works. You can see the photos of the paintings when they were created on the website. Thanks to the synergy of the civil society sector, we often mentioned today, this test still exists and people still take it. Almost 10,000 unique users took the test. It's still relevant and people still use this tool to assess their media literacy skills. So we can thank the organizations that helped us to promote this project, because it's still there, even though physically these murals are on the temporarily occupied territories. Sorry, can I ask a question? A brief one. Juliana Stroll, Donetsk Press Club and media expert of Democracy Institute, named after Philip Orlik. It's a very innovative idea with the murals, but could you explain how did you calculate its its results. Yes, it's a very great question, how to calculate it, how to assess it. We actually ordered research with the focus groups in the cities. We created the paintings and we planned to create the paintings. How we did it, we would assess whether people know that in their cities, for 50,000 residents, they have these murals, and most of them knew about this fact. Sometimes this topic of media literacy would disappear because people were focusing on colors and shapes, etc. But some people still used the QR codes, and the murals actually performed their functions. They constituted a bridge to the educational materials. So we actually were meant to conduct expert interviews with local activists and government officials, but unfortunately the full-scale invasion destroyed our plans. So we would like to assess more this tool of murals, but we stopped at that point of focus groups. Sorry, thank you. Alona. Actually, I will probably tell you more about the Nota Yenota project. It's still ongoing, and we planned over 200 games today and tomorrow in small villages and towns. I will briefly tell you about the idea itself. I worked at the Great ERP project. When I resigned, I started doing quizzes and speaking about manipulations, media literacy for Business Circle. That's why I was earning money. After the start of the full-scale invasion, I started participating in the Media Accelerator project by the Goethe Institute. Actually, it was a great project because around 500 ideas applied. Then the best ones were selected. The 5 projects would get funding to create a prototype. There was a stage of pitching after that at an open event with live streaming. We could see whether the process of selection was fair. I was lucky to win in this project. I got the funding, and we launched this project for the schools, for teachers and educators. So different institutions joined. So I will explain you what kind of game it is. It's a quiz, it's a team game. And actually, it would be great to play this game here because we already have the tables and several screens. There are different rounds, but we have a legend, and the teams get to discuss a possible answer, and when the presenters voice the right answers and provide additional context, and through the interaction with the audience, we actually memorize this information. We have a great project Don't Believe Your Eyes about video and photo fakes, and for example, we show a photo and ask a question what proves that it is a fake, and during 1 minute participants need to understand what's wrong with this photo. And in the research by Detector Media, they say that we intuitively perceive that something is wrong, and some people may really notice that the movement of lips do not coincide with what we hear. Then it's this video is fake. We have a legend about Kherson raccoon who was stolen by the Russians who were retrieving from Kherson, and they actually started calling him as their serviceman and collecting funds for using these raccoon. We, through our game, rescue this raccoon from the Russian imprisonment, and so we even created toys. Toy raccoons, and that's how we use this game to develop understanding of media literacy. The right teachers, psychologists, educators, librarians, the military playing this game, as well as representatives of Security Service of Ukraine, several ministries, the National Bank of Ukraine, and according to the assessment forms, over 30,000 people played this game over the past year. The game lasts 45 minutes, and there are representatives of our project here, and they often say that they played this game for 2 consecutive lessons, so 90 minutes. It really depends on the presenter and the audience. It's difficult to play this game, to solve the problems. Yes, it's about interactivity. It should not be easy, it should be interesting. And the last thing I will say, we now have over 150 target regions, and what's interesting is that we have a website, notayanota.com, and we involved over 50 experts who work on questions about fakes and myths in different areas of science. And so we developed a website and a list of questions. So we launched a new course. I went to this website, and actually we don't have any ads, etc. But I saw 820 registrations on the website, because people can use this website and play the game. So when you launch nice initiatives, they become popular on their own without even being advertised. So thank you for playing this game, and join us if you're not still playing it.
Actually, this resource can be found on the website, so please join to it. We published new materials. Also, we have Telegram, Instagram pages where you can play, even create your own game. So please do use it, but mention copyright. You know that we are analytical center, so we usually do very routine job, so I'm not going to tell you details about our job. Let me say that we shouldn't be afraid, as sometimes disinformation was actually interlinked with other fake news, for example, cash payments. And I felt kind of this type of disinformation. Last weekend, I did an experiment. So this experiment has proven to me that having intuition is a good thing. So we need to advertise those products. While doing so, we need to explain how to work on that. And actually, there are some fakes. People still believe in them, as some fakes were far long time ago recognized as a huge fake, so to say. And connecting to your previous question, I advise you to visit Ahmedet hospital and to read about them. In one of the departments, doctors are well and well showing how different videos, so they show good information about different diseases, and they do them using cats or kittens. So please do visit that resource. So turning to our useful projects, we had a good project 4 years ago. So this is a game still played. I checked, we have 46,000 passing through these games, and this is good to say, as people now understand how to avoid traps. Then we launched another game called Avatar, My Avatar, and also to my colleagues but told in a short reels about some specific legal stories related to copyrights related to different projects. And this amount of content requires a lot of efforts, writing scripts, then editing, then shooting of these reels. However, we have one of the reels that went viral about kind of old Soviet times narratives and wording. So that particular reels was very successful, showing that video posts are so good in their purpose. However, they are very difficult to produce. It takes time. Also, we started doing explainers, namely texts explaining on different topics, presenting them in video formats, where we show different advices about how to recover your password, etc. And as we have this Telegram detox project, we promote it. We understand that Telegram is junk food, so to say. Everyone knows that junk food is that bad for your health anyway. Everyone still goes and buys it. So everyone knows that Telegram is harmful. However, everyone continues using it. So with Telegram we have a difficult situation, especially difficult for media in our country. So someone may heard about black boxes of deep package inspection, when you have full trackings of inspection with good signs of Russian intervention. So our advice would be the following: do not give any access to your files on your phones to Telegram. So please look for other alternatives. So that's why this our project shows alternatives, shows this truth. Of course, you are not going to watch on our Telegram channel kind of cruel images, but important, useful information related on not using of fake news and even different indications, even mentioning that blue tick. So this project is very good perceived with us. We also have different collaborations for our projects. A good example in terms of how we can scale up. This project focuses on the issues of propaganda impacts. That's why the conclusions would be to look for new ways in terms of how we can encourage our auditors. So let me ask the final question. Please, 1 minute. Then we're going to go for 10 minutes for coffee break, and the last session will be afterwards. During the war, we need swift solutions as we keep fighting with propaganda, disinformation on the side of the Russian Federation. So what projects should we have in terms of media literacy to get very swift results? 1 minute. Let me continue my thought that there are no swift, fast solutions, but as we do a lot of efforts, we gather our experience, and as a result, the level of understanding of this problem has been increased. As for formats, what we are lacking today, as I've seen while we are doing mapping, today we don't have our coverage related to preschool students. We don't have products for them. Russia captures propaganda cartoons, introducing them for children. We don't have such products on media literacy for these small children. This is one point. Another one, today we need to establish, to create different products, remembering while doing so that once we create something, this doesn't mean that everyone immediately will become media literate. So everyone should be engaged in the education, meaning while we work on different products, we always think how it should be used by other trainers, teachers in education, everything that will be aimed for training on different auditories. Thank you, Oля. I fully support the matter of auditors. We need to cover or we need to reach more children. We even have a published book related to that. We plan to publish it this year as well. So we need to catch this wave of working with different auditors. For example, we understand that we don't have enough content for children, meaning every organization should take as a task developing their projects with understanding in terms of the time frames, etc. Therefore, initiatives are no longer non-systematic. That's why we need to discuss those issues, introduce them into our agenda, as by joining our efforts and our dialogue is something that we need. So my answer would be very fast and brief, even with that amount of fake information done by Russia. Anyway, every initiative should meet the requirements of their target auditories. Secondly, this project should be inclusive and accessible and measurable. So turning to the topic that people should be convinced in terms of they need to learn further media literacy. This is very relevant and needed, and we need to attach our attention to that. So with this perceiving, we need convince people as well, showing them proof facts with that regard. Alona? So we need more projects, more qualitative ones with different technology, including virtual ones, but what can be done today? I think that we have today amount of 100 person. So if even one person out of this auditory will take its smartphone and show a very bad Telegram channel for the elderly people, let's describe unsubscribe. So that would be the great deeds for them. Let me put it in the other angle. Firstly, our state should learn how to communicate. Therefore, when we don't have fast communication, meaning during emergency there are only 3 hours, then we need to work on our trust. So if you don't find the information and feel that you are being deceived, you can be a potential victim of manipulation. And as my colleagues mentioned, all projects should be in a systematic, consistent matter, available everywhere. And also, I remember of a project with the usage of specific signatures on cups for coffee. It was a good example for media literacy. And again, it's better for us. It would be better not to say some type of information explaining that this is because of security, rather than be silent. So fast accessibility, trust, coordination. These are the main things. Thank you, experts, for such a nice discussion. I'm grateful for our audience, for their inputs. Now we are going to have our coffee break. Let's continue our discussions there. And now 10 minutes of coffee break, then we'll start at 16. seats today. This is our very last panel. Nevertheless, is of equal importance, as we have representatives of government, donors, NGOs, projects on media literacy and researchers. So I think our discussion is going to be exciting. So please pose your questions. Let's have more interaction. And we have Hanna Hasterstup, Director of Department of Information and Politics and Informational Security under the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine. Elena Ursu, Head of Team and the Direction of Democratic Government, UNDP, and Ukraine. Oksana Moroz, founder of How Not to Become a Vegetable in Ukraine, Artem Zakharchenko, and Vitaly Moroz. So today we had a lot of words told about media literacy, and our topic is measurement of media literacy. However, I'd like to talk about coefficient of efficiency on that. So what parts of that should be considered by different representatives engaged in informational media hygiene, media literacy, and how can we measure them in short and long perspective. Hanna, I have the first question to you. So, national strategy on media literacy, a filter project. So, what is important for the government, for the ministry, in terms of indicators reached by all the initiatives, public organizations that are present in Ukraine? Thank you, colleagues. First of all, let me say that those coefficient of efficiency we set 2 years ago do not work today, as we have different indexes, and Ukraine sets on the 42nd place in that index. So I think that we should be amount of top 5 with Finland and other countries. As for KPI, I think that we will succeed when our population will approach to the government, not to the unknown Telegram channels, and when they will have those skills developed on media literacy, and when they will have trust. So as for the index, I think that it should consist of the level of freedom of expression, the level of reading amounts, the level of education, high education, graduated. Also, we need to have the access to the internet, especially improved in the frontline areas. As the government, we should ensure the access to the information, and citizens should have this access. So these are the quantitative index. For filter project, we need to take into account our coverage. So the amount of people we managed to engage, materials we managed to do, reaching of amount of students, all types of education, teachers are important. So we think that through teachers we can deliver the information to grandfathers and relatives, etc. So, colleagues, once again, we have a red alarm. We should continue.
people to join us. I'd like to tell you a story. It's related to our today's panel. Actually, there are many members of ITP program here. I'm one of them. And we had a chance to go to Sweden to get some training there. And we speak with the representative of Swedish Psychology Agency. And this representative told us about the level of media literacy in Sweden. It's a very high level, and I then asked him two questions. The first is what Russian narratives are spread in Sweden about Ukraine, and the second question was about the NATO membership. So this representative told me that everything is great, the propaganda is countered. And then he started saying that the latest Russian TV series that became popular is also watched in Sweden, and he himself is a fan of it. So even the countries that are on top places in terms of media literacy can show that media literacy is something we don't always feel, but it has a powerful impact. So as Anna mentioned the synergy, which is very important, and the initiatives of Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Education, because no single initiative will be as efficient as several initiatives combined. And they quickly become no longer relevant. And the last thing I would like to say, considering the previous session, we need to cover as many people as possible. And there are many representatives of civil society organizations here who launch different media literacy projects. I would like to ask Ms. Olana, who represents the donor structure, who funds many media literacy projects, what indicators do you, as a donor, pay attention to while selecting projects on media literacy? Thank you very much for the question, and thank you, Ms. Anna, for outlining very clearly specific indicators, because UNDP is a program that works in every country to support government institutions. So we use the set of indicators which is used by the government of every respective country, in particular Ukraine. But UNDP, as many other international donors, is an organization that unfortunately doesn't have a specific project on media literacy. For us, media literacy is a part of many other different projects in the area of democratic governance. And I think that's how we define our indicators, how the media literacy helps us to inform people in case if their human rights were violated, how can they be restored, or informing about high quality services, including digital services. How can we get more clarity in the digital space? How can we learn to use digital tools provided by the state? How to ensure national resilience in the context of countering disinformation and developing cohesion in wartime? That's how we define the indicators that we take as basis. You mentioned a very important fact, and I think that in the projects I often assess this truth is very important. The indicators should be not only quantitative but also qualitative. very often when we get project proposals, and the indicators are quantitative, namely the number of people who will undergo the training, etc. And in this case, we need to ask clarifying questions. What will happen next? What will these people be able to do? That's how we try to select the projects who understand what they want to reach ultimately, instead of offering what they to the market. And so the qualitative indicators are important. There is another parameter, which is relevance in our current context. For example, when we speak about countering disinformation or strategic communications in different regions, together with the Ministry of the Center for Strategic Communications, we need to understand the specifics of narratives in Odessa region, in Volyn region, therefore to suggest different tools, provide different knowledge on how to use different things. So we need to take into account the relevance in the respective context. We also mentioned different indicators, and in some contexts, quantitative indicators are more important because in the areas close to front line, sometimes it's important to spread some kind of information quickly, and there is no time to collect feedback forms after the end of the training. It's important to convey some kind of information very quickly to the biggest number of people. So we always need to take into account the context. And finally, we all assess the data. There are different programs of international development, but all of them are human-centered. People are always in the center of these programs, and to understand how different tools will influence a person, it's important to have the data by age, by sex, by whether it's a rural area population or urban area population. So it's not something that inspires many people. It seems like an additional work to do. It's something that complicates your work. But if we approach the collection of data as something that will improve our operational activities, something that will address social issues, it will help us to make clear the indicators that are the basis for us. Thank you. So we need to keep in mind what's important for the government and consider how people perceive information, what information they perceive in different areas. We understand that we should not only deliver training, we should understand our ultimate goals, because in the report published by the media detector media, it is said that actually many people undergo different kinds of trainings, and it's great, but we see that Russia often changes its strategies of disinformation. And if we compare the disinformation that we could see at the beginning of 2022 and the disinformation we can see today, these are different types. Why do we do it? What can we achieve through specific trainings? And I would like I will later ask Artem about qualitative quantitative indicators, but it will be later. But first, I would like to ask Oksana and Vitaly. The question is about your initiative, How Not to Become a Vegetable. I remember a few years ago, you set as a goal to teach 4 million people information hygiene to become media literate. What's the indicator of efficiency? What indicators do you define now? qualitative and quantitative. Hello, thank you. I suggest we start with a different point. I would like to share my line of thoughts. There is no clear indicator today. I'm in the process of creating it. In my opinion, if we assess our media literacy market in Ukraine and beyond Ukraine, we are currently faced with a task to cover as many people as possible, as many times as possible, which will allow these people to detect the markers of enemy influence. Because we will talk about countering disinformation for many years to come. There are many things that need to be assessed and analyzed, what's true and false, and what has an impact. So for me, it's first of all important to create products which, on the one hand, can reach as many people as possible. On the other hand, can convey, using simple terms, how to detect enemy influence in the information space. And I think if the market will focus on getting people to know about these aspects on the next stages, we will be able to make these indicators more comprehensive, including new terms and living old terms. So first, we need to cover as many people as possible with specific information, and without it, we cannot speak about qualitative indicators. Another thing, it's very important what reach different media have. It can be different social media, but it's very important because we can see that Spinne and TSN, for example, have different coverage for social media, and unfortunately, we can all see what the real media do. So, while thinking about these indicators, I try to assess how to get the biggest reach. Okay, it's clear. Oksana is currently focused on quantitative indicators, right? Okay, great. Scaling up. Vitalik, one of your projects is Nadina project. Please tell our audience about it and what indicators do you set, qualitative, quantitative ones, and why? Thank you very much. I've dealt with media literacy a lot over the past years, and I had a certain burnout because media literacy is something like a mantra for many donors. Media literacy is soft power. And it's very useful because it doesn't come with any dangers, with any threats. When we speak about European approach, Europeans always suggested media literacy as a solution, but it's a question whether it's efficient or not, because there are other ways to counteract interference, like sanctions or regulating platforms. And it's something very slow. While media literacy has always been a safe space and it will not interfere with someone else's interests, it's something which is easy and comfortable. I'm now thinking and changing my perspective when I think about media literacy, because it's not about specific indicators. How can we measure an impact in the research we conduct after? Let's remember this different approaches and more radical activities. Let's remember the year 2017. A lot of my colleagues from the civil society sector, when sanctions were imposed on Russian companies and Kontakte was blocked, this colleague started criticizing these activities because it was not according to the foreign donors' logic. For them, it was something unacceptable. And back then, Ukrainian civil sector also divided into two environments. Some of them would say that it's a violation of human rights. Others would say that it can be potentially an effective way to counter Russian influence. Just imagine how many more hundreds of thousands trainings on media literacy could have to be delivered if Russian social media were still in Ukraine. How many money we would need. So the civil sector, the civil society is unfortunately a very weak actor in the eyes of foreign governments. They prefer to cooperate with the government, and the civil society will receive the rest of funding, the rest they have. Of course, different NGOs get support in the context of recovery, but it's less. So I think we may think we do a heroic effort, but there is no really political attention to it. You might disagree with it, and I really appreciate the efforts of all those who deal with media literacy, and it will take us a lot of time to work on it. When I assess media literacy, I always think about this user-centric approach. As a person who gets the media literacy services, what changes in their lives? How does it impact their interests? They might not realize it. So I'm now speaking about digital literacy. As Alona mentioned, we have a digital literacy hotline. And actually helping people in the area of digital literacy is a very practical thing, because people might have a very specific request. They might say that they had been robbed or they don't have access to their accounts. And when you try to address a specific issue of a specific person, it's usually more effective. Why? Because it has a certain visible effect. People can see that they now have access to their social media accounts, or they still have their money on them. And it's a question how to make this impact more visible in the lives of people. Sometimes people would get a portion of fake news, and they might forget it the following day, but they will feel the impact of it. So about efficiency, it's a very broad issue, and I work as a donor in a donor organization, and it's the organization who also gets donor funding. And it's obvious that human mind wants something simple. Donors need just 2 pages with the best results and specific figures, because figures speak very clearly. And if you cannot show the impact, specific impact, you can just show the figure. And it's good that we have research, because research is something very reasonable. We can assess the figures, once again, the dynamics. How can we change these approaches? Can we change them? Actually, it's probably difficult. Today we say that we need more. figures, more coverage, and sometimes we need to approach the same people several times so that they develop the skill to switch on their critical thinking and to get new knowledge. Does it always work? It's still a question.
Good remarks. Yeah. Last session, I've told you about Media Accelerator, and the second initiative was provided by Valentina Zhaevska for those people who down the streets in Kiev and seeing the signatures insignia about the ban on Ukrainian language usage. And the situation why I then competed better than Valentina was the reason was because of a small budget, and the situation is the following: that those insignia still there as the project was finished, meaning that we cannot always measure those impacts, sometimes being outside in the part with colleagues we might see in those initiatives. But then I know that you're doing a lot of initiatives related to fact-checking, Russian narratives, on their expenditures, their perception, and as for me, one of the indicators related to media, effective media literacy is that Russian narratives are perceived less. So this is kind of a very equivocal result. So how can we understand those indicators? How can we interpret them? The question is, how can we measure them qualitatively? So fact-checking research done last year was a little bit simpler compared to detector media. So actually, we did a very simple methodology measuring media in kind of very small segment. But if you take different projects related to media literacy, here you would need to take other metrics related to strategic communication. And here you will not find a unique approach. The measurement is quite complicated. And when we approached with the request to measure strategic communication, we use KMTI model on working on through dimension. Content should be assessed in expert manner, whether the content was shared, delivered in different messages, whether the content was perceived correctly. Then we need to measure coverage, passive and active, so the general coverage, the number of people who saw the information, and then the percentage of the people who decided to comment or to share the information. And this is the second element. And the third is the engagement. Engagement also can be moderate and active. Moderate is when people decide to leave feedback or apply for training, and active engagement is when they start to share the values of the campaign. One person mentioned that in one rural area, citizen started to debunk fakes in Viber themselves. So here I would like to argue that so difficult to cover amount of 4 million people. And why? People might get this information even several times. However, people are not engaged and they don't want to implement it further. And how can we, so to say, force them to be engaged? And here we need to go back to the first level of management, strategic communication, narratives. So this is the level of narratives, telling stories. A bright example of such narratives the beginning of the war was how enemy uses our photos in social media about landing of missiles, and it was an important message. It was the whole narratives told in many ways, in details, and the result, once you share any photo on the social media, you will get an immediate comment on below your post. Are you going to show something to our enemies? So, meaning that we are engaging in this narrative. So, having this level of narratives in the shared material proves whether we are encouraged or not. And in terms of the state, if we have strategic communication, so there might be a strategy, and this strategy should be defined in terms of resource provision. On the one hand, the state might say that let's have an indicator, set the goals and go forward. The other thing is to have those priorities set and a clear understanding what beneficiaries should be reached on first, what should be delivered in terms of the notifications, messages, and actually this message that we should trust the official resources and from the beginning of war we had this advice and we stick to it. However, with the time being official communication started to in a harmful way. Therefore, we didn't know whether we should trust this information or not. So actually, this narrative trust official resources turned into trust different Telegram channels, anonymous one. So thank you for your input. I like when panel discussions don't have 100% agreement. Dear panelists, do you have something to say? I don't have any critique against points, but on the way to continue Vitali's ideas, we should say that we need to think about how and what should we do that would be the most influential for people. And I think that as of today, we have the opposite situation with this regard. The situation related to military invasion. We have many initiatives on supporting citizens, and it's so difficult, therefore, to assess project proposals coming to one on that competition, as UNDP specializes on support of small initiatives from small modest and remote areas and regions compared to big donors. And this is one thing when you read projects from the organization you trust, researches you have done of it you use, and the proposed measures will be good, as you have this understanding what this organization can do and can't. And it's important to mention that people should be excited with the topic, and we can get it if the organization is excited itself. However, how can we understand that while you're assessing 500 proposals for small, different organizations established after the beginning of the war, where you don't have a clue about the possibilities, perspectives of it, when this small organization started from small volunteer actions, and then they realized where their field of work. So having all of that means so difficult to understand nature, and therefore for these small organizations should be given that normal amount of information where they will be able to show their results. For us to understand that this particular small organization will be able to provide that impact, excitement for people. And we need to show and the initiatives or project initiatives what was done, additional measures and additional events needed for different categories, and having these results to present to expert levels. And this topic should be inside of you. Sometimes people, I think that that they shouldn't have any media literacy trainings. Therefore, we need to persuade them. I can see a remark from Anna, but let me clarify them and probably to other colleagues. Probably we should measure not media literacy, but people's need in the acquiring of knowledge. What are the gaps? What should we work for? As we understand, for those who has been working for 10, 15 years in a specific field, there are these or those gaps. However, probably we might measure the perception of people, and this is exactly that thing that every project should start from: setting of goals, analysis. So this is a very process that I think that the state is doing in this way. Probably something cannot be disclosed as is very strategically sensitive information, as our enemy can use it. But let me give the floor to Hanna. What is important to say that any solutions and decisions should be taken under measurement. We analyze everything, we read everything, we compare different data, results of national test on media literacy done in different years. So all these tendencies give us the opportunity to make decisions, define those directions that require our state attitude and attention, for example, to actually increase our media awareness, So having specific problems, we might have a huge enlightenment programs. For example, we need to know how to debunk deep fakes. And even if we have specific breakdown on the citizens, we might understand that the vast majority of them are taking the information from their smartphone with an easy way for manipulation. That's why artificial intelligence can be used. That's why we encourage our partners to implement those programs on enlightenment. And let me say, while measuring media literacy, we might use a complex research. These data, the tool on the education quality, take the World Bank measurement, the trust measurement, world values measurements. They are all created to understand how to communicate, how to introduce different policy. That's why we are so grateful and CAT UI for strategic narratives. We therefore know where we have gaps. And let me also mention that in the national test for literacy and literacy, we had less amount of participants. Sometimes we thought that the people simply are tired of war and their attention is given to something else, probably some breaking down news. We analyze everything, but this is the issue of the effectiveness of the implementation of the state policy. And I'm personally responsible for the issue when something happens, people go for official resources, but not for the anonymous channels. So the Minister of Defense, the President, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, so these are those official resources you should follow. This is something that will foster and bring in our victory. Use, please, official information. From my side, I think that we need to be in front of the fakes and their reaction. I'm our colleagues, I think that we need to join. We need to have a joint decision how we should define this. Of course, we cannot fight with fakes. We need to form another style of life to foster resilience, resistance, and to do so we need to implement also health eating, whatever. And this is not about reaching to the small areas or to encourage people with to go to echoing the same basic things. Something of the sort that you need to clean your teeth to etc. So here we need to turn back to business, looking how they form of marketing their tools. So how they do so, they are going through creative marketing tools. And as far as I see it, our media literacy actually goes backwards from that. We keep teaching our people wrong tools, not an effective one. We understand that this is our daily problems. Every day, a person decides what source should be taken as a source. Every day, a person should experience different factors impacting it. And having only educational instruments will not be enough. We need to have products of bigger coverage.
In one of the previous panel discussions, we mentioned a product which reached 34 million people with 34 million views. So I have a question. It's great that there is this coverage. You do have nice coverage. I also mentioned many other projects who reach many people. And on one hand, it's great to calculate the audience reach. On the other hand, can we really use it? Well, actually, we don't have as huge coverage as we can have. We have a problem as to the information challenges. There are a myriad of different aspects, and we need to issue our videos with a specific frequency, but it still won't completely address the issues. In the matter of coverage, we need to repeat the same thing, and the great example is a healthy lifestyle. Dear colleagues, since we still have some time, please feel free to ask questions, to raise your hand, and to ask a question. As for the healthy lifestyle, do you know the story about some of this effect? It's a story about the Vienna city, about the two maternity hospitals. There is a doctor working in one of them who observed that mortality during childbirth is higher in one maternity hospital than in the other one. And it appeared that specialists who deliver babies practice their skills in morgues, and the doctor assumed that it's not enough to wash your hands. We should use specific substances to disinfect them. All specialists started to avoid this doctor. They would choose to give birth outside of these hospitals, and since this doctor kept saying you have to disinfect your hands, he was imprisoned. But in 50 years, society acknowledged that we indeed need to disinfect our hands. And during the pandemic, we all learned how to disinfect our hands, to wash them well. So if there are any other remarks, please raise your hands. Vitaly. Yes, I would like to raise the issue of coverage. If the media literacy campaigns had taken place in the end of 80s, there would be a monopoly. Basically, state and civil society organizations, business environment lost access to channels, and they use someone else's platforms, which are social media platforms. And the Institute's research shows that social media is the main channel. So we today have a situation when we don't perceive critically technical platforms. We perceive them as something given, and many projects waste dozens of thousands of dollars for advertising on social media. There are also budgets of Telegram, of Instagram, and the logic is to show huge numbers, and we can advertise a content which is not interesting and still reach a huge coverage. And it happens with Russian propaganda that has big budgets. And believe me, civil society sector in Ukraine sometimes creates boring things, but they still need to be created. And within the last 6 months in Ukraine, we finally see this discussion starting around Telegram, and many civil society organizations started using TikTok. From the point of view of national security and digital security, it's a disaster. Trusting Chinese social media, which ensures a huge coverage, is risky, and it's not only about the way it works. These platforms don't care who they get money from. It can be hidden Russian financing or money from Ukrainian organizations. So we need to reconsider our views on huge tech platforms. Of course, a lot is being done to extract Russian propaganda from Meta, but there should not be a positive attitude to tech giants. Their interest is business interest, not a social interest. And what's more important, corporate policies that emphasize government relationships and different services for the Eastern region. It's all being done to build relations and convince they care about us. Right? Actually, they don't care at all. So everyone now feels that these are the only channels we can use, and Russian propaganda provides finance to this channel as well as Ukrainian organizations. We have several comments from the audience. Please, Mykola. Thank you very much, dear friends. I would like to get a clarification and to share an observation. We have representatives of the state, of society sector, media representatives here, and we are discussing media literacy and specifically to what extent society is resilient to manipulations. And I think that in our discussion, we lack scientists. Because it's about social studies, I would like to disagree. We have fact-checking representatives here, Artem Zakharchenko, who is Doctor of Sciences. Then I really need more numbers, more figures. I cannot see the indicators we measure. I will answer right away. We don't have presentations at our conference, but I advise everyone to go to the website KTA. There are all the research findings published on this website. I use them myself and they're sent to the government. I would like to finish then. Okay, we have figures, but in my opinion, we have held a discussion. We now understand that everyone has their point of view on media literacy, and I still don't have an understanding. Actually, it works very deep, and Russians take into account mass psychology. Then probably I need another panel on this topic. I completely agree with you. Dear colleagues, do you have an answer, a comment? You didn't mention donors, but I think to answer your question, we should not look for something we won't find. The list of indicators will be different in each individual case. What we really lack in the sector of civil society and international donors environment is data, making decisions based on data. This conviction is really shared by too few people. Many people don't think like that, but we really need to base our activities on specific data. If we focus on it, we will find the best list of indicators for our projects. Yes, I completely agree. Relying on data, it's a great approach, an evidence-based approach. Some hypotheses might not work out, and it's okay to understand what works. We should also understand what doesn't work. Natalia? I would like to support Ms. Sana as to the huge coverage which is needed because it increases efficiency. Using a specific example, I would like to provide you with a specific example of my grandfather, who is over 80 years old. He has already some habits, and it's hard to convince him about anything. He goes to a store, to the church, and writes to magazines. The one magazine is his favorite one, the other one is where I work. And it has an impact on him. At some point, relatives started hiding the magazines or some pages of them because he trusts so much what's written in these magazines. He would take money from home and use them to buy some useless things, and the relatives couldn't do anything with it. So in the beginning of the full-scale invasion, it was the Easter, and the grandfather was telling me about Italy, how it was in Ukraine, and he actually started speaking about Russian disinformation campaign related to Italy. It surprised me. I asked how he learned about it, and he said he had learned about it from the magazine. So, we sometimes forget and underestimate the influence of traditional channels of information spreading, and there are people who keep listening and reading different media outlets for many years, and it's good to take them into account. Actually, my grandfather still goes, still votes. So, thank you very much. Are there any comments here? No. Then Diana, please. It's not a question, it's rather a comment about the coverage. I think we should differentiate knowledge and skills. When we speak about knowledge, we can mention coverage because we convey some information and we can assess how many people got this information. But I wouldn't say that it's the way to measure impact. We can measure, though, whether these people acquired some skills. And the coverage is not related to the skills. When we speak about skills, it matters what methodology we use while training these people. So I think we need to speak about different parallel processes. Of course, it's important to create media products with a huge reach. Nobody denies it. But I already mentioned that we cannot overlook educational process. I think that we can only get a new quality of our society if our education process, starting from kindergartens, will take into account the media literacy concept. We can call it differently, critical thinking, other things, but it's still it still should be part of educational process from the first stages to the last ones, and some programs should be related to learning of adults, lifelong learning, because we live in a world which is constantly changing. I don't mean once a year, it's changing all the time because every second something happens in the informational environment. So this learning should be never-ending. Same for the people who provide trainings. Another comment on the research. I think all the people present here saw the research published by Spilna Mova. It's a research stating that 40% of higher grades pupils do not understand Ukrainian language. If you didn't see it, Google it, please. It will be interesting. So I think it's a matter of scientific discussion, not a discussion at this conference. But I would like to say that we really need to be very critical about different kinds of research. First of all, what we want to get will define the methodology for the study. It won't always be social studies, it won't always be a social group as a methodology or an observation. It will be a different method for a different goal, and it should be appropriately used in every specific case. Moreover, we should remember about interpretation of data. So in this case of that study I mentioned, it was about interpretation. Of course, it only assessed the answers of 43 pupils, but these things are very important because we start communicating the results of these studies, and they have a certain impact on the society, and it's important too. So we should be mindful of the quality of research and its interpretation. Thank you. That's everything I wanted to say. And spreading the results of these studies is also another important issue. We have time for 2 more questions or remarks about whether the studies are representative. You know, a long time ago there was a scientist who said that vaccines caused autism, and many people started spreading this information, and it appeared that only 11 children with autism were assessed. And many people still believe that measles vaccines, for example, cause autism. Thank you very much. I'm from Internews Ukraine. I have a short question. We discussed a lot the matter of measurements, and it's very easy to calculate how many events were held, how many materials were published, how many people were covered, and it's easy to verify this data. But if we go to the higher level of assessing our initiatives and projects, the measurement of impact, how can it be verified? To put it in simple terms, how can we prove that years of work of different initiatives led to banning Medvedchuk's channels, for example, or how we can prove that thousands of murals, trainings, quizzes, games led to a certain level of media literacy. It would be interesting to listen to your opinions here. Thank you for the great question. Artem, I can see you raised a hand, please. Yes, it's not a simple task to prove something, to show a link, and there are 2 approaches. First is to look at the result. Very often the results indicate that there has been an impact, not always, but sometimes it happens. Very simple example. Often when people spread some information on social media, they mention that something pushed them to do it. It's the first thing, and the second way is conducting in-depth interviews and people can answer with specific explanations and mention how they came to a specific thought. But we need to choose a range of people who will be able to participate in these in-depth interviews.
And the question from Marina. I represent Vestnik Chernihiv newspaper. Thank you for raising this question. Our newspaper covers 30,000 of people, multiple by 3, so meaning 90,000 people. And also our newspaper has been delivered to the border with it's so difficult for us to be involved in different projects because we struggle with quality content. And the problem is also that newspapers are not something that donors prefer to choose. So can you please advise how can we be included into the media literacy programs as a newspaper? I think that Elena will answer and probably colleagues will have comments, remarks, please. First, I think that we don't have projects aimed at directly newspapers, different outlets. The first solution to that is to have partnership with the project with on public partnership, and every donor organization tries to maximize results getting from the financing on the project. So in partnership with public society, your role can be significantly reinforced by that solution proposed by public community, as you have something that they don't have, namely reaching remote areas, because that's so important to have human-centered approach, reaching more amount of people. As for the second part of your question, in terms of how you can measure your results, as issuing of a newspaper is more about of a process, speaking objectively, here I think that if the partnership project is aimed at particular aims, then it would be easier for you to measure the results, because you by issuing a newspaper with specific segment for feedback providing, it would be easier to implement that goal as well. For example, we distributed an initiative done together with Ukrposhta, directed to elderly people, as they have their access to numerous categories of people. And we had huge success. We had huge feedbacks and increase in the number of users of those services offered during these digital communications. So my advice would be is that, let me add, as a person from Chernihiv, I understand all these things. You have a very loyal auditory, yes. Actually, we have even an increased amount of subscribers. So we're talking about people who subscribe, who pay for that. They do more rather than just clicking on the website. So if you tend to have feedback mechanisms once per month, asking people to answer your questions or send small merchandise products, any feedback mechanisms to be used, and then you will be able to show it to potential donors. Then you will be able to say, look, we have those results, we spread this information to people, we can do this and that with those initiatives we are talking about right now. Meaning you will be able to show that loyalty of your subscribers, engagement of people. Therefore, other projects will be engaged as. Concluding this panel, let's remember about the researchers. Let's pay attention to their methodologies, pay attention to encouraging and covering what is important for the government, what our auditors should hear. Let me mention once again the names of our speakers. I'm Alona Romanyuk. We had a conference on media literacy and